So we begin the 108th session of the Roses Are Red campaign. 2 men down. We'll see if it stays that way. But you had just recently arrived in a demiplane through a picture. And this demiplane is a personal creation of a long lost historical archmage from back when magic was magic and cities flew and all kinds of craziness happened in the world. But you found out that this is the supposed last known location of the resonance bands that Largo is seeking to help him pierce the carapace of the Tarrasque with his magic powers. Arriving through the painting that you borrowed from Gideon, you find yourself in this opulent foyer, plush red carpet, polished granite floors and walls, and these intricate archways that lead north, south, east, and west from your direction, if north, south, east, and west are directions that exist where you happen to be. What would be south just seems to be a solid stone wall, but there are hallways that head east and west and north. And it's from the north that a man approaches you and welcomes you to Dalinod's retreat, introducing himself as the concierge. He's looks like he's a human man, maybe in his late 40s, early 50s, perfectly coiffed brown hair, a sort of dark brown or maybe even black goatee, waxed mustache, and the bottom coming to a very waxed and unmoving point. And he's wearing these silk robes, black and gold with red trim, and he's carrying a very carefully made, very pristine-looking ledger under one arm. And he informs you that he asked you if you were going to stay for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, or longer. You say a couple of days, and he requests 100 gold pieces each, which Bort has already yoinked from your stash, and he provides at this moment. Just as a side note, to get into the portable hole, you have to open it up completely. You can't just like unfold a flap and stick your arm in.
Okay.
It is non-functional until it's completely open. Just for future reference. Also, I wanted to ask, who has a haversack, or Bort has his fuck pouch. He cannot go in the portable hole.
Yep.
I think you have a haversack.
I have a handy haversack.
You can. I think Uhtred has a bag of holding.
Okay. All right.
He has like a 50-pound bag of holding that. So it's just, I want everyone who has an extra dimensional space to be aware that they cannot just jump into the portable hole. And there hasn't been any incidences up to now to where you guys were doing it as a sort of emergency reaction or anything like that. So I'm assuming on your behalf that you were all smart enough that if you went inside, you did not. Because Uhtred has been in there.
Yeah, I've been in there too. I left my handy haversack outside of the hole, so I didn't create a rift.
But
I don't have any sort of interdimensional space, so if I need to just be the designated gopher in the portable hole, I can do that.
I don't think Mirok, you don't either, right?
I just have the portable hole. Yeah.
Of course, climbing in and out of a 10-foot hole is a lot harder for Mirok than it is for Yanni.
It absolutely is. Yeah.
Yanni just like fucking standing high jumps out.
Yep. Or yeah, does it while cross-legged, jumps in and out of the hole.
Hey!
Pose.
She can't hear. She is. She's like, no, it's a burger. I need to eat the cow. So with that, back on track. The wall of force that was surrounding you shimmers out of existence. And the concierge gestures you to come down the 2 steps and into the larger section of the room. I mean, you're in the center of the room. It's a big open space, but
Well, we certainly follow him.
as you come down, he hands each of you 3 tokens. He says, this is a room token. This is a bathroom token. And this is the amenities token. If you'll follow me, and he walks north down the corridor. As you're going down this corridor, you see that there are only 2 doors. There's 4 doors in the corridor, 2 on the left, 2 on the right. And the first is just like sort of a creative wooden door, nothing specific on it. But further down the hall, particularly, Yanni and Bort and Uhtred all see that one has a symbol on it that appears to be like a pot. And probably it's a chamber pot. It signifies that is a bathroom.
Okay.
Who's kind of leading the charge on this? I'm kind of guessing it's Largo.
I would think in a hotel in Largo, yeah, you would be the most forward. But what do you
Yeah,
think?
I'm fascinated. So I am following this concierge man down the hall and murmuring things like, oh, wonderful. Yeah,
You can see as you're going down this hall, further down the hall, there's another room that opens up, and it appears to be a grand hall. At the moment, it just seems like an empty space, maybe about 100 feet away. As you're in the center of this hall, through the grand hall, you can see at the other grand hall, there's a large hearth with a fire roaring. And the concierge points to a small plaque beside the door, and it just has a 1 on it. And he says, in the retreat, some rooms, the time moves different than others. You'll see this says 1, that means that time here moves 1 to 1 with the prime material plane. You'll see others that are fractions, and the fraction would be how many hours passes inside the room versus how many hours pass on the prime material plane. So just in case you have some scheduling needs. And this number in the guest rooms can be adjusted as you like.
How high does the number go?
8.
8 to 1. Okay,
8 to 1 or 1 to 8, yes.
cool.
So, sir, you are?
I am. My name is Largo Etherspanner.
Opens his ledger and starts writing something. If you would use your room token.
Oh, I'm certain.
I mean, you have a high enough spellcraft, you can kind of like, oh yeah, I just do this. And you put it up to the frame of the door, and you see a slight shimmer on the door. And then he opens the door and gestures you in. And you all go into the room. He says, this is Master Etherspanner's room. You will all be able to access your own room via any of the guest room doors in the retreat. Just use your token and you will access it. And he goes over to a set of controls near the door. And there's what seems to be something like a dimmer switch. And then next to it is a dial. And then there's just this glass orb that's inset in the wall. And he waves his hand in front of the orb and just kind of does a little motion with it. And you can see that the accommodations of the room, the hue changes as he moves his hand in front of the orb. The dimmer switch, he moves up and down, and that changes the brightness of doesn't change the brightness of the room, but goes from like a very dark red to a very light red kind of thing. And then the dial, he starts clicking through. And originally you walked into the room and it had a very standard Antolon sort of appearance, and he clicks in, a Nokiri appearance, and then it has a more like brutal medieval. So he's basically, this is how you adjust your room to whatever. There's a couple more clicks, and there's a dwarven space, and there's more elven, something reminiscent of Solomon. So basically, however you want to adjust your room, you may adjust your room. Points out that there's a bathing ensuite. There's a like larger than king size bed, a sitting area. And then points out that there's a door that leads to the bathroom. There's that symbol of the chamber pot. And he says there are several bathrooms in the retreat. That suite of bathrooms is accessible via any bathroom door. And when you go into a bathroom and you come across one that you like or you prefer, you can attune your bathroom token to that bathroom, so that's the one you'll go to every time. They all have different motifs in them, so
Nice.
You might find one that you prefer over another.
Wonderful. May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
With a diplomacy check of 47, I say, is the master of the house available?
That's exactly what I was going to ask.
The man, his expression darkens a little bit. I'm sorry, the master has been gone for quite some time.
I'm sorry to hear that. If he returns, will you let us know?
If he returns during your stay, that would be quite the auspicious occasion. I believe all of the guests would be made aware rather immediately.
Oh, well, wonderful news. Following the quite dreadful news. Anyway, thank you.
He says, is there, as far as the amenities are concerned, we have a theater. That room is always moving at 1/8 the speed of the prime material plane, so that you can thoroughly enjoy any play that it's for taking your time. We have a viewing room with a large assortment of artistic objects, paintings, and other pieces. There's a library that one can perform whatever research or leisure reading. The books must stay in the library, so please do not take them back to your guest rooms. And there is a garden that you are welcome to visit. And in the garden, there is a beach. If you enjoy surf and sand. Otherwise, it is a manicured and taken care of space, and you can enjoy the peaceful tranquility that we've established there. There's an aquarium if you are interested in aquatic things to look at. And we have a menagerie if you're more inclined towards viewing terrestrial creatures. If you have any needs as far as food or drink, you can either send a message to the kitchen via the dumbwaiter in your room, or the kitchen is adjoining the grand hall, and you can make requests there.
All right.
Is there anything else any of you need at the moment?
Could I inquire about the checkout process? Is there anything we need to know beforehand?
When you'd like to leave, just return to the foyer and make a willful effort that you wish to pass through the threshold that brought you here and return home, and you'll return to the point in space or the painting that you used to get here. Any tokens that you have on your person at that time will stay within the retreat. They do not.
So the tokens are like keys. They're not like one-use items.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there a like a congregation room to meet other people? You know, other
You
guests?
you may meet other guests during your stay if they seem amicable to engaging with you. Then that lies between you and the guests. Though I would suggest that you try to read the room and not bother guests who do not want to be bothered.
Makes sense. Yeah.
It should, for most guests, they should be fairly obvious with their intention to mingle.
A fair point and well made.
I don't have any more questions for the concierge. I think once he leaves, we should powwow about what we want to do here.
Are there any magical restrictions?
Oh, there are quite a few. The retreat is more than just a vacation space. This was Delanod's personal demiplane, and there are spaces here that are off limits. It's fairly obvious if it's off limits, as your tokens will not access it.
Mirak raises his hand. You mentioned earlier the master has been missing for some time, and yet this is his personal plane run, I imagine, at his initiation. So the proceeds from our visit, where do those go?
They go to the staff.
Say it again.
They go to the staff.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It costs money to run this place.
Interesting.
All right. Is there any security concerns? Besides the obvious spells you wouldn't want us to cast, is there any less outwardly obvious things that we should not do while staying here?
Anything that would be considered anathema in private in public society would be considered anathema.
Okay.
So we're fucked.
Well, all right.
You might find that there are certain aspects of the space that and guests might be inclined to allow you certain liberties, but don't assume that anything works different than if you were at a tavern in your hometown.
All right. Well, thank you so much. That will be all. And I hand the man 2 copper.
He takes it. I hope you enjoy your stay.
It's those dog shit. Yeah.
He bows and he kind of like scans the rest of the group for a second. Doesn't see anybody making any motions, and he leaves.
Largo thinks that that's a good tip. Not trying to be a dick. He just thinks that that is a good tip.
Yeah. Yeah.
I turn the pockets of my monk robes out. It's just like,
Oh yeah, Mirak thinks it's a great tip. Mirak, anytime you spend less money, that's great. Okay. Yanni had an interesting idea.
Yeah.
We were being given the tour. Do you want?
yeah, Largo. I
Yeah.
guess first, are we telepathically linked?
Not at the moment. Would you like to be?
That's kind of a good. Can we cover what spells, buffs, and whatnot you guys have active?
Yeah, let me mark off some spells real quick. I mean, I would cast Telepathic Bond, especially if that's suggested by Yanni. It wasn't up when we entered the space.
And you have used some teleports, and
Yes.
so, yeah, so you're down a couple of spells.
Oh, I'm down more than a couple.
Okay.
Yep. In fact, now I have 1 5th level slot remaining.
Are there any other buffs up? I believe.
I would probably have cast Blessing of Fervor and Tears to Wine to double the time.
Okay.
I don't think I would have cast anything else.
No Heroes Feast?
Heroes Feast.
Oh, I always forget that one. Yeah, thank you. I would have cast that. Yeah.
And also, isn't 9 lives like an hour per level?
It is. It's really long, but it's also very high level. So I think if Mirak thinks he's unexpecting to go in, he's not expecting combat, so I don't think he would blow that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since we're telepathically bonded, I just say to the group, the ledger that the concierge has could have some interesting information. If we think a certain roguish half-orc sneaky man could get a hold of it.
Well, that's a good point. My only caveat to that would be I think we should do everything that we're sure we're perfectly allowed to
First, yeah.
before we start doing anything that we might not be allowed to do.
Totally understand.
I think the ledger could fill in gaps at the end if we have questions.
Yeah.
Also, everyone has 14 additional hit points.
Oh, that's a good roll.
You sound like the klaxon of a Star Wars Star Destroyer going down.
They really did. I don't know what's more amazing, the fact that you made the noise or that you picked up on exactly what it sounded like.
Spot on.
And then there's like, and then the stormtroopers are all following the little thing.
Yeah, I think it's like the microphone has just enough distortion that it perfectly hits it.
Ooh, I'll have to watch the video.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's going to happen.
Yeah. I watch the video every time.
No, you don't.
No, I do
A
not.
lot of our videos have 0 views.
Never have watched them.
The ones that have 1 view are usually because it was me checking back and taking notes.
Well, when they're all old, we'll go back.
Every
to
once in a
the-
while, there's a video that's got like 4 views, and now I'm curious.
Yeah.
That's probably me watching it multiple times.
I like the idea that there's like one or two people out there that are just like completely caught up on Critical Role and are just starved for role-playing content. They're just like, this is fine. This is fine. I'll watch this.
There are like 7 other high quality, high end, overproduced.
And this gentleman in question is an otaku who lives with his mom and is caught up on all of the good ones.
Yep.
All we're missing is just a catchy name. That's all we're missing.
Yeah. Very true. Yeah.
How about D and me?
D&D?
D and you?
D
Okay.
and me.
Yeah.
D and me.
You're offering.
I mean, I think we should circle back to Aaron's idea of just naming it Fooey's Group.
Yeah.
Just go back. It's like a deep cosmic joke.
Well, all right. So I think the first thing we should do is check out the art room. That's what Largo suggests. Seems like
What about the library? Should we split up?
That's what I was going to say. Do we want to do a classic Scoob and the gang, split the party?
If we end up in conflict, we're fucked. But I'm not getting a heavy conflict vibe so far.
yeah, we're not doing anything that we're not allowed to do yet. When we start doing things we're not allowed to do, which will probably happen, we'll regroup. But for now, we're telepathically bonded. We can go to different spots.
And we can, if we run into problems, we can let the group know. So yeah.
So yeah, as a group, let's decide. Like we really drill it into Uhtred and Bort. We're just looking around today. And we'll meet back in Largo's room and we'll discuss our findings. What do you think?
Bort goes, so what about if we see the shiny bracers, man? Should we take the shiny bracers if we see them? And you know.
You should telepathically tell all of us you've seen them, and then we'll all show up, but like super chill, like we all just happen to be there, and that way you got backup.
A vibe, and then we, whoop, whoop.
Oh, we voop. Bort.
Right. Uhtred goes, I will make my room dwarven.
Just that dumb waiter's just burning up the pulley system.
This is beer.
Oh yeah, dude, the ropes are smoking.
He's already doing it. He's already requesting kegs of beer. He's like, what's that? What was that?
Well, I mean, you're all in Largo's room ostensibly at the moment.
Yeah. Well, he's already, as soon as he saw the dumbwaiter, he's over there requesting beer.
Yeah, room service. Yeah, I mean, if there's not a hotel bar, I think that's where he'd be.
He's stacking, so like he's just like requesting kegs and another please, as we're talking to the concierge. Then we turn around and he's just like a stack. He's got like a stack of 5 of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like half barrels.
He gets 3 casks of ale, and then he gets a note. Please return empties if you'd like more.
Okay. Well, may as well get to it. He cracks one.
Yeah.
So Largo would like to go to the art viewing room. Who would like to come with Largo?
I think we should split it up to where we have the charismatic people not together. If someone needs to talk their way out of something,
I would like to go to the library, so that works for me.
Perfect.
I'll go with Mirok to the library.
Bort's coming with me.
Uhtred, are you just staying in the room drinking, or are you going to go with someone?
Do we have to? Do you need me to hit anything?
No.
Ooh, let's send
I'll
him
be
to the menagerie. Send him to the menagerie. He's good with animals. I'll look at animals.
Oh yeah.
Can I bring my ale?
Yes.
I will be in the menagerie.
Otis just sort of dutifully follows Uhtred.
Come, boy. Just wanders off to where he thinks the menagerie might be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys come out of your guest room, and the hall leads to the grand hall that you can see on your right, and the foyer that you can see on your left.
Largo looks to one side, puffs out his belly, and goes, I just love this place. And then looks to one side and the other to see if there's any other guests around.
Give me a perception check. Also, I would suggest if maybe one of you breaks out a piece of paper and starts trying to map this.
That sounds like a Mirok move.
Oh god. I need paper and a pen.
I got you.
I get a illustrious 12.
Okay. Looking around, you do see there is a woman in the grand hall who just came, is just like passing in front of the corridor. You can see she's sort of moving from left to right. Human or elven, maybe.
Okay.
Hard to tell.
All right. She doesn't look at our direction when I exclaim that I just love this place.
From the direction she's facing, she could probably see you in her periphery.
Okay.
But you don't know if she's.
Oh yeah.
All right, that's fair. Okay, so I kind of just look around and I go, come, boy. And start dilly walking, looking for a some sort of like a paint, like a door with a paintbrush on it or something.
Well, I mean, like I said,
Left or right?
go to the right. That's the grand hall.
Yeah.
Go to the left. That's towards the foyer. And you know that there's two other halls that lead off of the foyer.
Okay, so I'll go to the foyer, and I will take, once I get to the foyer, I will take a right turn.
Okay. You go into
Left is the Grand Hall.
You're heading towards the Great Hall.
Left is the Great Hall.
Right is the Great Hall.
Okay.
Left is the foyer.
Thank you.
I'm going to the foyer and taking a right down that corridor.
Okay. You go into the foyer, take a right. That would be effectively west. If you coming in and facing the Grand Hall is north.
Okay.
Then heading west. And you can see in this corridor, there are two doors, one on either side. The door on the right appears to be a guest room door.
Okay.
And the door on the left has a engraving of a book on it, like an open book.
Okay. I say in the group chat, I very well may have found the library, and then I give a simple set of directions.
And then at the end of the corridor, you see a large gate, like a wrought iron gate. And on the far side of the gate, you can see sunlight and plants and flowers.
The garden. Okay. Here's what I was going to see, like sunlight and plants and flowers and Uhtred and Otis. So it's not the menagerie. Okay, so that's the garden. Okay, so I kind of turn around and I go, fascinating, Bort. Let us away. And go to east.
Okay. Heading east.
Okay.
You see that on the left of that corridor, there's another door that appears to go to the guest rooms.
Okay.
On the right, there is a door that has no markings on it.
Okay, I try the guest room door first, and I just go, just curious. And I look inside. Is it my room? It's your room. I go, God, that's cool. Close the door, and I do try the other one.
Okay. You go to the other one and you give it a shot, and it is like, you try the 3 different tokens you have. None of them seem to do anything.
Found a secret door.
And at the end of the room, you see double door, and there's 2 inset sort of squares on each of those doors. And on the inset of one is an engraving of a bird, and the inset of another is an engraving of a large cat, like a tiger or something. And then there's one of a bear and one of a lizard.
Okay, so I found the menagerie.
All right. Well, I turn around. I guess
You're gonna find everything before you find the view.
Yeah. Right. I'm gonna head down towards the grand hall and see if there's any ways leading off the grand
All
hall.
right. So that's you moseying
Yeah,
around
yeah.
for a little bit. Which way does Yanni and Mirak head? I mean, Largo's heading left, so you guys leave. Do you head right or?
Yeah, I mean, I would head right until I heard that he found the library.
Okay. So you head right into the grand hall, and you do see a woman in there, and she is sort of just seems like she's kind of taking the space in. She's a human woman that you can, well, human sized. You notice right away, incredibly graceful, perfect poise. She's got this sly smile on her face, and you can't help but think that, as you guys enter the grand hall, she kind of ever so subtly marks your entrance, looking out of the corner of her eye. While she is human-sized, Yanni, I'm sure that you can basically pick out every single detail of her, now that you're in the same room she's in. She does have long pointed ears, much longer than a elf. And she's dressed in a sort of over the shoulder gossamer robe with a shawl. She's wearing sandals, deeply bronze skin, long black hair that falls into curls out of the ponytail that she has on the back of her head, and strikingly gorgeous.
Longer ears than an elf.
Do you point her out to me, or do we just?
Oh yeah, look at that lady. She's pretty.
I look at her, and
Okay.
then I notice her ears. I guess if you point that out, and can I roll like a knowledge check on that?
Okay.
What shoes?
Yeah, so you have to approach a little bit closer to get within your 60-foot blind sight or blind.
Oh yeah, and I'm not being subtle.
Yeah, nothing about Mirak moving as well. I guess you don't have your armor out.
No, I don't have my armor up.
Okay. But you can also see in this grand hall the ceiling is vaulted, and what she appears to be doing is looking at some paintings that are on the walls. These are very large paintings, and they all seem to depict a single individual. And I'd like Yanni and Mirak to give me perception checks.
Is it Damon?
And we got the +10. Oh shit. 45.
Mine's not gonna be that high. It's not possible. Yeah.
It's her.
So 26 for me.
26. Okay. So, Mirak, you see a stately man. He always kind of has his, in all of these pictures, he always kind of has his like vision cast to the horizon. There's one where he's addressing a large number of people. There's one where he's casting some sort of spell, and it depicts, it's like there's actual motion within the painting. You can see blocks of stone piling up to build some sort of a building as he gestures towards it. But all of these are like pictures. You get the impression of like a hero, a leader, someone who holds high position within a community, something like that. And it's all the same guy. Human man, brown hair, a black beard that comes into 3 sort of like 4-inch braids, little jewels at the end of them, wearing black and red robes with gold trim. Yanni, you're looking at these pictures, and they depict this similar figure to what I just described. But for you, all these pictures depict him fighting monsters, leading battles, overcoming incredible odds, and doing this heroic, sort of defeating the enemy and winning the battle type situations. So one where
are there any of the monsters like something I know like that we've had experience with?
There's one of a dragon. He's fighting a green dragon. There's one where he's fighting what appears to be a hydra, which is something you're aware of. There's one where he's at the forefront of a charging army, and they're charging into a horde of undead. There's a couple of monsters that you don't really recognize, like some sort of lion thing with bat wings and a scorpion tail. But yeah, so but you, at the moment, the two of you would not realize that you're seeing different paintings. Yanni, on top of all of that, you realize that the man depicted in those paintings might be the concierge.
Ooh.
They're very, very similar.
Like
the hair's a little bit different. The concierge's hair is shorter, didn't have the same beard, but same facial features. Robes are similar.
Is the and the woman is looking at all these paintings as well?
Yeah, she's just kind of taking them all in.
Okay. Telepathically, I say to Mira, I'll be right back. And I approach this woman and I say, doesn't that look like the concierge to her?
While you're doing that, so you walked away from me in an art gallery, and I'm just really playing up my blindness. So I'm just absent-mindedly scanning.
She looks at the painting, and she looks at you, and she says, "They do bear a striking resemblance, don't they?"
Yeah.
Ooh, she's game.
Telepathically, I say that's not an answer.
And at that point, I say, I'm Yanni, by the way. It's nice to meet you.
She gives a not a deep, but not a shallow, very appropriate curtsy, and she says, "My name is Utopy. It's a pleasure to meet you."
Well met, Utopy.
Yeah.
I think I got that wrong. Sorry.
Utopy.
Utopy?
It's not a common name. I might not say one.
Forgive my foolish tongue. My friend and I like gesture
I'm
to Mirok to like come help me I've fallen into the deep end of a social conversation.
I walk over and I touch your forearm, and I'm still just like scanning space. Yeah, I introduced myself to her, and or Yanni, I imagine you tell me who this is.
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
introduced myself, and I said, "Forgive me, for I cannot see." And then I say, it seems we're in an art gallery. What stories do these paintings tell?" And I just
What are you doing?
She says, I would have to say they speak to me of vanity.
and I make a grunt noise and I say, "Then I have no time for this. Could you point me to the art gallery?" The art gallery. Oh, sorry, the library. The library.
The library, she looks over her shoulder, and you can see on the far end of the grand hall, well, actually, looking around the grand hall, you see that there are several doors that lead out of this room. The first one that you see that's nearest to you now that you've moved over towards her has a depiction of engraving of a knife and a fork on the door. You assume that might be the kitchen, as that is, you were told that off of the grand hall there's the kitchen. There's also a depiction of the laughing and the crying masks off of one of the doors.
Ooh, that's the theater.
You would assume. There is in the northeast corner, there is a door that has a depiction of a picture frame on it.
Mm.
And on the northwest corner, there is a door that has a depiction of a open book. You walked a little bit past a door that had a 4 recesses, one with a bird, one with a cat, one with a lizard, and one with I forget what the fourth one was. And then on the other side of the room, directly off the west side of the grand hall, you see a door that has a picture of a flower on it.
So there's multiple entrances. Conceivably, there's multiple entrances to these spots.
Seems that way.
This place is not a static, and probably Largo passing through, you realize that basically anytime you pass through a threshold, you are passing from one section of demiplane to another section of the foyer and the hall are not coterminous in whatever plane that they exist in. There is a teleportation that happens when you go into each room, when you go from the hall to the foyer, when you go from the hall to the grant. These are all individual spaces that are connected, but not connected in space, but connected via some sort of magical transportation.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's fucking expensive. Okay, I thank her and I leave you with her if you want to keep talking to her, and I wander in a herky jerky fashion towards a wall, and then once I'm in contact with a wall, I just walk along it until I go out in the hallway, and the second I'm in the hallway, I go Largo, and I tell you where the gallery is.
Okay, I toot sweet to the gallery.
I do like a low bow to her, and I say, "Ma'am, my friend needs me. Thank you for your conversation. By the way, you have very lovely ears." And then I just awkwardly shuffle away.
She's says, your friend, is his sight impaired?
Yes.
She kind of like, as you're about to walk away, she offers you her elbow.
Just take it. Just don't even think about it.
She walks over to Mirok with you, and she puts her hand on Mirok's shoulder and says, Mr. Dwarf, do you mind if I take a look at you?
No,
He's just caught like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, Yanni, you are an incredibly graceful person. With your acrobatics and your dexterity, your footfalls never fall out of place. As you're walking along with this woman, it feels like she's gliding across the floor. You can see that she's taking footsteps, but she is just almost floating as her gracefulness makes you look like you have two left feet and one's made out of wood.
I say to Mirok telepathically, I might have made a mistake, but I just can't. I can't help myself here.
I mentally sit back. Well, she's touching my face now.
She kneels in front of you, Mirok, and of course you can see her pretty plainly, and she's incredibly beautiful, and being this close to her is probably for Mirok incredibly uncomfortable. And she does. She kind of touches your face and puts her thumbs like just beneath either one of your eyes, and like does a light breath into your face, like she's blowing an eyelash out of your eye or something like that. And with that breath, a blast of color and vivid and clarity comes to you. Something you haven't seen since you were on the plane of law, when you had full vision.
Okay.
Your vision, like the rest of the room, comes into clarity for you. You can see everything, and for you, like the saturation is never this vivid. All things are just clear and in perfect focus. And she says, in a place like this, you really should be able to enjoy it.
I immediately cannot maintain I'm super blind charade, and I gasp a little bit, and I'm kind of overwhelmed. And I look around, like when people get those color corrective glasses, and I'm like, I must read, and then I just dwarf shuffle really fast towards the library.
You do that, and she kind of takes a step to the side to let you, bowl past her. And even this, Yanni, you just see her do this, and you don't she was kneeling and she had to stand up for this, but she just somehow almost floats to her feet, gets out of Mirok's way without him even touching her, and then she laughs at watching him scurry off. Sort of sharing in his joy and excitement.
I am just a poor monk. I turn my pockets inside out on my robes. I can't pay you for this service.
Oh, gee whiz.
She says, I didn't ask for any payment. His joy is payment enough. I'm sorry that I will not be able. It's not an everlasting gift.
I'm far gone. I don't hear that.
Well, she's not talking to you. She's talking to you.
Yeah.
Every moment is one more than he had before. Thanks again. And I don't know. I'm panicking here.
Make a wish child.
I'm gonna shave your head and start just parading you around this place.
This is Mira for Nicola Day. And then I just like deeply bow and then just like telepathically tell Largo, we just met the nicest woman in the world.
I mean,
I'll
this
be
is
calling around the corner.
Yeah, I think Largo would be like right there by now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Yanni and Mirok, you guys head off and go to the library. While you're doing that, Largo, you are now heading towards the Grand Hall. And Mirok, give me that knowledge planes check.
Yep.
You were a while back.
16. 39.
39. Okay. You could gather from, some of the aspects of this woman that she was probably some sort of a fey creature. When she, restored your sight, you got the impression that she might be a muse.
Okay. After I shuffle off and she's enjoying my joy, I go around the next corner and I go, Largo, I believe there's some kind of fey muse about with Yanni. And I just keep hoofing it to the library.
Largo, your cousin's here.
Huh?
I think I see her.
Okay. All right. So you and Bort
Yep.
enter
Bubble down the hallway.
enter the Grand Hall. And I'll say that as you do, Uhtred comes out of one of the guest rooms with like a cask that you see is already half empty.
Yeah.
And he wanders back and the animals no way.
Could be.
Well, you saw the door to the minute. Or
Yes. Could be.
And he just kind of wanders off that way. As you're approaching the muse and you're like, oh shit, it's a good thing Uhtred didn't see her.
Yeah, that would have been. Glad I pointed the other way. All right, so I'm rolling along, and I just kind of like curtly nod to her, and I say, "Good evening, madam. Well met."
She does a similar curtsy to you that she did to Yanni. Just like seems like everything this woman does, she does perfectly.
Okay.
Did you introduce yourself or did you just say?
I'm just rolling along. I'm just walking by, but I'm not like running. I'm just like if she engages me in conversation, I'll stop. I'm heading to the art gallery.
Yeah, and you're heading to the art gallery, and you do stop sort of for a moment because you see a bunch of paintings.
Yeah.
And you see this man, and there's one painting is of him apparently singing in front of an audience, like a
Nice.
packed theater.
Beautiful.
Another is him creating this illusion of a space that is like this perfect paradise. The colors are, like the trees aren't brown, they're purple, and everything is off, but it's just so well put together.
Mhm.
It doesn't seem odd. It just seems unearthly beautiful. And just all of these very creative. There's a picture of him reading from a book of poetry, and he's crying.
Damn, I'm taken by that.
And Bort's like walking behind you and looking at these pictures, and he's like, "Man, check out these pictures. This dude is loaded."
What gives you that impression, Bort?
The paintings.
Huh. Yes, is loaded with information, mirth, and merry, and knowledge. Indeed.
And like piles of gold.
Piles of gold. And then we stop at a painting. I'm going to make a knowledge arcana check.
Okay.
Not so great, but 30.
I mean, you're fairly certain, anything here could be magic. And the paintings are probably some form of magic. I mean, some of them are moving.
Yeah.
The one where he's creating this illusion, there's a swirl effect and like a translucent bird kind of slowly swoops through the paradise that he's created. Most of them are, the one where he's crying, you can see the tears streaming down his face very slowly, like one every 10, 15 seconds or something like that.
I stop at that particular painting, him reading poetry and crying, and I go, "What do you see here?"
It's a painting of the dude at a table with like golden goblet in his hand, and there's a goose and all kinds of food on the table, and all of the silverware is made out of gold, or like the candelabras, silver. It's like just like dude's really rich. And he points over at another one where you see him sort of dancing in the moonlight. And it's like, and that one he's sitting on a throne, and there's just piles. Like, this dude's loaded. See?
Fascinating. I look at the woman, and I approach her with a diplomacy check. That diplomacy check being 39. And I go, "Excuse me, miss. If it's not too much of a bother, and if it is, I sincerely apologize." Then I motion towards the picture of the man crying and reading poetry. And I say, "What do you see in that painting?"
She says, "How about a trade? I'll tell you what I see if you let me see through your eyes."
How do you propose to do that?
She touches your shoulder, and you feel like this well of, and the only way you could describe it is inspiration. Just like all of a sudden 1,000 ideas rush to your head, and you come up with like, you finally think of the next line in the verse of that song that you were thinking of writing. And,
Okay.
And you just feel like this essence flow into you that is immensely creative. And she says, "Oh, for me, he was writing, but I see for you, he's reading."
Strange how we can see different things in the same painting.
I think it's rather expected for someplace like this.
I understand why you say that. Thank you so much for your time. I must on to the gallery. I motion for Bort. Bort, would you accompany me?
Okay.
We on to the. Do I see the door with the picture frame?
Yeah.
All right. I open the door to the picture with the picture frame.
Okay. She a few steps away, she calls after you, and she says, Would you like to hold on to my gift for a little while, or?
It was very lovely. I would hate to ask, but if it is offered, why not?
So she does it. It is in effect, and Mirok, you're also under this as well. Inspiration, you get a +4 insight bonus on will saving throws, craft checks, and perform checks.
Is that from her blowing in my face?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I ask her if I may sing for her a song.
She says, perhaps let's set this up for a little bit later. I'm currently enjoying these paintings.
Of course. I certainly didn't mean to impose rather. Thank you so much for your lovely gift, and what wonderful talents you have.
She just smiles and nods.
I roll up my sleeves onto the gallery.
Okay, and the let's keep with Largo for a second here. In the gallery. Okay. In the gallery. Oh shit, I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, in the gallery, there's a sort of podium obelisk in the center of the room, and you can see floating around it there is a cylinder illusion, each with a small item in this grid format that goes around.
Okay.
Inside the room, you see that there are sort of 4 viewing spaces, one on either wall in this large square room that's like 60 by 60 feet with a 20-foot ceiling. And in front of each viewing space, there's a crystal ball set in a podium.
Okay.
Aside from those objects in the room, you see that when you come in, on your left, not on the far wall, but on the wall to the left, there is a large painting on display. And there seems to be lighting that specifically has maybe dancing lights or something that is properly illuminating this painting. And it is a painting of what looks like a paladin, a knight of some sort, saying farewell to a maiden. And out in front of them stretches this golden field into the distance. And it's very powerful, very evocative. You get the sense of this is a noble knight leaving for war, and he may never see his love again. And it's very impactful on you.
I'm crying. Yeah.
But in front of it, you see what appears to be a human woman wearing a satin gold dress with a gossamer silk shawl, brilliant blonde hair, tanned skin, and the hair is done up in sort of this done up do with some form of braiding or coiling to create almost like a crown effect over her head made out of her hair.
Okay.
And then on top of that, it is adorned with some sort of golden tiara or barrette system. It's just exceptionally opulent. This woman is just like bathed and drenched in gold color. And she's standing there staring at this painting. She's got a silk handkerchief to her face.
She's crying.
Maybe it's hard to tell.
Okay. Sorry, it's Farrah Fawcett. So I need to send that to the group chat. First it was Ankh Tsunamin, and now it's Farrah Fawcett.
That's impressive. You remember the name.
Yeah.
So I forgot how she-
You're impressed that he remembered the name, but he remembered the wrong one.
Noxuna Moon. That was my crush, man.
Oh,
You
okay.
I didn't even know her name.
boy.
Yeah.
Then you need to watch the Mummy more often.
I do. I really do. I really, really do.
The Mummy with Brendan Fraser, man.
That's the only one. It's the only one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that girl wasn't in enough stuff.
No.
She was in the faculty. Everyone was fucking in the faculty.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
It's like an invasion of the body snatchers.
Okay.
It's got Josh Hartnett, Elijah Wood,
Okay.
Jon Stewart, Salma Hayek.
Wow.
Guy who played the two from Terminator 2.
Okay. Yeah.
Just fucking crazy number of people are in that movie that you didn't expect.
Interesting.
But Femke Jensen. Also,
Did you say Fubka?
Famke.
Famke. I don't know who that is.
Ivana on the top. Jean Grey. From the original X-Men.
From the original X-Men, Jean Grey. Okay, gotcha. I don't watch a lot of blockbusters. So, yeah, okay, there she is. And I noticed that this is happening. And I'm like, I'm at a difficult time. Okay, do I look around and do I see a number? Was there a number on the door? How much time am I spending in here?
It was a 1.
It was a 1. Okay, then I see that and I'm kind of, oh, she's moved as well. Maybe we'll converse at some point. Okay. I go over to one of the crystal balls and I assume that it's some sort of sorting machine for viewing.
Right. Well, the crystal ball is on a podium, and then there's just an empty space.
Yeah.
In the center of the room, there's this obelisk that
Some
has
kind of
this
shoes.
illusion of like, it's hard to see from far away, but there's just like all these little objects.
I'm looking for bracers.
Okay. You go to the obelisk and you're looking at all of these, and a lot of them are paintings. Some of them are sculptures. There's a few that appear to be strange artworks or art pieces that you're not familiar with, but you're scanning through. And the closest thing you see to bracers is what looks like ornate armor, suit of ornate armor.
Okay.
But you're not seeing like just a set of bracers.
Okay. Can I roll an intelligence check to see if it would be a good idea to just ask the concierge where the braces are and if they are available for purchase? 5.
Maybe.
I say that in the group chat. I say, do you think we should just summon the concierge and see if the bracers are available for purchase or borrowing?
So I say in the telepathic group chat, I find it weird that a concierge has a bunch of pictures of himself hung up in a room. So maybe he is this person, or maybe the concierge actually created the place. Maybe the concierge did away with the master. Like,
Oh, like maybe the master wasn't even real.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't tell that.
So you guys, I'll say, you guys are in the library when this comes up from Largo. You're in the library, and the library itself is maybe, is definitely the most impressive thing you've seen so far. There is, all of the walls are lined with bookcases that are 15 feet tall. And inward from the wall from those bookcases, there is a walkway and then a railing. And you look over the railing and it goes down into infinity. And there's just another level of the library and another level of the library and another level of the library and another level. You look up and it's the same thing going upwards, just level after level after level. And this is probably for Yanni, this is like, oh shit, this place is huge. But for Mirak, you've never seen this far before in your life.
Yeah, I'm shitting bricks. What if we fall forever?
He's shitting out half-naked witches that live in his basement.
Yep, exactly. That's the price. It's too high.
Beyond that, Mirak, you see that a level down, there's also this walkway that goes through the center of the library, and there's a desk that's kind of suspended there in on this walkway. And you see that a level down, there's an elven man sitting reading a book at that, at the central study desk. And Yanni, give me a perception check.
47.
47. Okay. Another 2 or 3 levels down. I mean, you notice the elven man, but a few levels below that, you see a human man wearing, like, he's got like short brown hair, a dark trimmed beard. He's wearing a tan leather apron and a tool belt, and it's like wearing heavy boots. And he seems to be examining one of the bookcases in a sort of, maintenance or repair faculty manner. He seems to be checking things out.
Interesting. How do you want to game this? You want to split up and talk to them? Do you want to talk to each one? I'm going to talk to Apron Boy if you want to talk to Book Boy. Which one's Book Boy?
Well, there's the Apron Boy that you can't see.
Oh, okay.
And then there's...
So I talked to the guy behind the desk.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you now. Cool.
Dan, can I jump like over the railing and try to like land in front of this apron guy? Is that feasible?
For you, it's within the realm of possibility, yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
God. Don't do anything that public society wouldn't like. I'm going to jump 2 floors in this library.
Well, I mean, if anything, I'm going to land like superhero land, and this guy's going to be like, oh, that was awesome.
Maybe. It's a risk for Jake. I'm going to take the stairs.
Okay, so Mirak, you head off to the stairs. Yanni, you take a flying leap over the railing. Give me a acrobatics check.
Here we go. I live for this. That's 6 plus 62
Jesus.
is a 68.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. You sail over the railing, crossing the center of the room, falling like 45 feet. And intentionally not activating your ring of feather fall.
Yeah, I want a superhero land. Like,
Give me a perception check.
oh, that was good. 50.
Okay, as you sail across the room, you catch something out of the corner of your eye moving beneath you, and you look about 90 feet down. You can see the top of your head sailing across the room.
Oh,
Nice.
Instinctively, you look up, and about 90 feet up, you can see your feet. And
That's disorienting.
portal.
yeah, and you like as you're kind of sailing across, you see that every 90 feet you are repeated down, and every 90 feet you're repeated up. It's pretty cool. And you come across, do this, 3-point hero landing, and take 1 point of falling damage.
That's fair.
Yeah, 2 temporary hit points.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
totally fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I get any sort of reaction from this guy at all? Like,
He looks over at you, and then he looks down at the boards that you landed on, and he says, I'll take a look at them in a minute. And then he goes back to the bookcase he was looking at, and you see him, sort of manipulating something with his hands, and you can see the grain of the wood smooth, and like what looks like maybe some moisture damage or something had warped ever so faintly, just barely made this thing not perfect. And he's using some sort of magic to force it back into place and fix it. And as he does that, you kind of don't necessarily want to interrupt him, but you're just kind of standing there awkwardly waiting for him to finish so you can talk to him. This guy looks like he could be the concierge's brother.
Huh.
Extra 20 pounds, different hairstyle. He's got a full beard. The concierge had like a goatee going on, but facial structure, features, spot on.
Dude, what if it's Ex Machina? What if the dude in the paintings is the guy we're looking for who created this place? The concierge, the people who are running it, there are things he's created that are continuing to run it.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Yeah.
The question is, was it a robotic revolution?
Definitely.
So, Mirok, you go down a story and you approach the elf sitting there reading a book.
I walk up to the counter and I do a little clearing my throat to get his attention.
You clear your throat and you see that he stiffens for a moment, but doesn't look up. And then you can see his eyes, like for a moment, his eyes stop moving across the page. Just for a beat, just for a breath.
Yeah.
And they continue moving across the page.
Okay. With that, I say, I don't mean to bother, but I'm looking for a book and I'm curious, are you the person I should be talking to?
He takes a deep breath and he looks up, levels his gaze at you, and you get you get an impression of being, speaking to a librarian when you were a child and getting this sort of I just conveyed via body language and facial expression. I am in the middle of something. You are bothering me. And he says, no, I am a guest here, just as I suppose you are.
I immediately apologize. I'm so sorry. I know how terrible this is to be interrupted during a book. I'm going to roll a diplomacy check to just try and smooth this over a little bit.
Well, sorry to interrupt you. So anyway.
Exactly. 43 total. With a 43 diplomacy, I say, I won't take but a minute of time, but if you could point me in the direction of where I could find help, I would appreciate that.
He takes another deep breath. Like the first one, you got the sense like exasperation and annoyance. The second one, you get a sense of almost like what do you call it? Like he's given up.
Yeah, resignation.
Resignation. Says there's a card catalog for each level next to the study desk.
Okay. I say, actually, I say thank you. Sorry to disturb you, and then I walk away and I go find Yanni where he is.
As you like start to walk away, he says, "What is it? What book are you looking for?"
Ooh, I turn around and I say, well, this is an incredible establishment, and I like to think I know a thing or two about planes. This is beyond me. I was hoping to find some books on the creator, the owner of this establishment. Learn his life and his travels.
Oh, Dalanod. Yes. There is an entire biography section devoted to him on the third level. This is the second. So the one where you initially come in, that is the first level, and then it's incremented by one as you go down. There are 6 levels to this library. They repeat ad infinitum.
Why do they repeat?
To make it look impressive, I suppose.
I look up with my newfound vision and I say, it is effective. Thank you for your help. And I extend my hand and I say, Mirok Dawnhammer, Mayor of Tarnholm.
He looks across the table at your hand and then looks you in the eyes and says, Mayor Dawnhammer, it is a pleasure. My name is Caecilius Susano. I am an abdicated king of Ildenar.
Do I know what that means, Sam?
I mean, you know that if he's an abdicated king, he was the king and he abdicated his throne. You've never heard of Ildenar before.
Ildenar, okay.
Ildenar.
Ildenar. My face gets very serious. He's an elf, right?
Yes. He's made it very clear he's not going to shake your hand.
Yeah, I got that immediately. My face gets serious. I say, Ildenar. I don't know it, but if you had interest later, I would love to hear of your rule and your kingdom as one who manages land. I don't know. And then I nod and I leave. Like, hey, you play SimCity, I play SimCity. If you want to talk later.
Yeah. Looking at this guy, you get the impression he is very old, which is hard to read on an elf. They don't wrinkle. They don't. If anything, it's hard to, in a non-real sense, they seem to fade away. Like less that, they're not like transparent or anything, but it just feels like he's, out of all the elves you've ever met, he is the least there and the most gone. But you can also just see like the years, the wisdom, the experience. He wears it like an incredibly heavy coat of, wisdom and gravitas.
Cool. Well, I leave him be after that, and maybe he wants to talk later in the hotel bar. And then I head down to the 3rd floor where Yanni is to go find my book. And when I see Yanni's made a dent in the floor, I attempt to cast mending on it to repair it.
You start doing that. Give me an intelligence check.
Oh, yeah. $29.
The guy looks over as you're doing that, and he's like, I was gonna get that as soon as I was finished with. And he finishes up his whatever he was doing, comes over. Mending takes like a minute to cast. So he finishes up while you're still working it out. And he's kind of like overlooks what you're doing or oversees your effort. And he's like, yeah. Okay.
I get up and I dust my knees off and I stick my hand out and say, Mirok Dawnhammer, Mayor of Tarnal.
He shakes your hand. He says, my name's Dale. I'm the custodian.
Dale, good to meet you. Sorry about that dent there.
It's not the worst we've had.
How long have you worked here, Dale?
That's really hard to say. Time passes in some of these rooms much different than others. So, suffice to say, a very, very long time.
Well, I won't pull your ear, Dale. I'm just looking for a book on, your boss, man who created this whole place. Could you point me in the right direction?
He points over to a section of the bookcase, and you see like it's surrounded in a border of gold filigree.
Yeah.
Like it has a very specific auspiciousness to the section.
Very ostentatious.
He says, "There's a lot of books about him. Is there something specific you're looking for?"
Well, I'm just impressed he can create a plane such as this. And, not to toot my own horn, I'd like to be able to do something similar one day. I'm curious what kind of magical abilities, items, experiences he possessed that allowed him to do such wondrous things.
Create greater demiplane and a fuck ton of money.
Right. I just like a more verbose version if there's a book.
Okay. Well, if you want to read what I just told you, but in 1,000 words.
I'm looking at there's a book about the bracers, and I'm also looking about like end of life. Those are the two things I want to know. Like, what was the last thing this guy went to do, and where is he?
Okay. How are you framing those two questions?
Well, that's what I was trying to get.
Are you just gonna look on your own, or are you asking him?
That's what I was asking for, like a biography. What magical items did he have that allowed him to make something this great, and his life, what journeys he went on. So a biography.
Okay. He says, well, the big book in the middle has the most information general. If you have a specific talking about the retreat, and there's one on the far right, maybe like 6 rows up. You're gonna need the ladder. It's got a purple cover. Should be on the far right, maybe. I don't know how many books in, but it's on the 6th shelf. You're gonna need the ladder.
I was gonna create this one on him. Okay. Is there any documentation on his last journey, his last trip?
It's like the entire 12th row. his different
Okay.
accounts of his last big hurrahs. There's a lot of what do you call it? There's some contention about what his actual last thing was.
Okay.
Dale, you seem to know the man. What can you tell us about him? Like firsthand account.
Genius. He was always aware of presentation. He wanted spectacle. Focused on illusion magic and evocation magic. Wasn't really a big fan of necromancy or enchantment. And when it came to making a demi-plane for himself, like many of his peers, predecessors, he didn't want to do a tiny hideaway. He wanted to do something that other people could see. What's the point of building something incredible if no one ever knows you did it? It's kind of the point of this place.
It's minding it to himself. Okay. Well, I go to the bookshelf and I start scanning through the books related to his last journeys. I know there's probably not ISBN numbers and stuff, but I'm looking by like, date entries, like what was the latest published and working backwards. And then I update Largo on what we found so far, that there is a near doppelganger of the concierge here, also an elven king of the kingdom that I wrote down. Ilnanar. Okay. Yeah, and I relay all that information to you, and then I keep scanning the books. And if you want to talk to me.
Hey,
You hear over the telepathic link, it just says, Ilnanar is a city in the continent of Pendrarv. It's north of Estentel, where we live.
I pause and I say thank you, but I don't know how much of that was slurred.
Most of it.
Yeah.
All right. Am I having any luck?
Okay, so yeah, you check out the armor. It's like just a set suit of ornate armor.
Yeah.
When you activate, like you go over, you see the item, and then it's got a title underneath the tiny illusory representation of it. And you're just supposed to go over, put your hand on the orb, think of the title of the art piece, and then it appears. And it literally appears there. It's not an illusion. It's not a fake or a facsimile. That thing comes into existence. And for a suit of armor, you can like walk up and walk around it.
Cool.
Even kind of like, Bort just goes up and touches it, and like no alarms go off or anything like that. So
Easy for him. Easy.
You're a little but you're guessing you might get in trouble if you damage it somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe just, but it's exquisitely carved, acid etched. It's got this ornamentation in silver. Script look like it's written with a quill. Just an incredibly exquisite art piece, for a piece of armor. But the bracers on it are not magic. You see, like looking through, there's like a helmet. There's 2 or 3 gowns, but as far as bracers, you don't see any bracers.
Okay.
And checking a couple of other items, nothing seems to be magic. When
just
you are
one
looking at
view.
one of the gowns, the woman in gold comes over and kind of also looks at what you're looking at, and you see her, and you can see across the room. She switched to looking at some other paintings. But.
Okay. I nod solemnly. And then I say to the telepathic, like, do you want to just summon the concierge and see if we can just kind of ask about this thing?
Ask it, what specific item are you looking at right now? The suit of armor?
Well, I wanna ask about the bracers. I want to be like, hey, what's the deal with these bracers? Have you heard about them? They're not resplendent. What's the name of them?
Resonant.
The resonant bracers, and just explain why we need them, what's going on in the prime material plane right now, and if there's any way we could get a hold of them. Now that might kind of blow our cover, but it also kind of might give us an opportunity to get them.
I think you are a master of illusions and charisma. I think a bluff is more in order. You know, like the classic, we're doing a school paper on the bracers, you know?
Okay.
Like, oh, it's the legend, we've heard of them and his crafts and his work, and this is above all else what we hear of on our plane.
Appeal to the ego behind this place.
Yeah. The ego. That's a good point.
I can do that. I vote that this kind of gets into the territory of stepping beyond the bounds of what is totally allowed. So I vote that when we kind of talk to the concierge next and ask him this question and see if we can probe around, we do it all together.
Yeah. Do we want to like go to our rooms, take a rest so you regain spell slots, and then do this?
Could we also ready board for a sleight of hand on the ledger as well if we're going to go into this morally gray ground?
Yeah. I mean, the ledger could be interesting. We could learn a lot from it.
So Largo says, okay, so we'll go to our own rooms. We'll crank up those dials to 1/8 time. Get a full night's rest, crank it down to 1-to-1, and meet in the hallway.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Okay. So you wanna that's what you want to do next.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I finish my reading, my research, and then I go back up to the room, maybe within like an hour.
Okay.
I would like to ask Dale a few more questions, I think.
Yeah.
I guess first, like, hey, Dale, has anyone told you that you and the concierge look almost the same?
I think his name is spelled with all the letters from the concierge's name.
Are you guys family members by chance?
He says, when you say you and the concierge look the same, he says, well, that's by design.
By design.
Yeah. And then you continue on, and he says, yes, much of the staff, or several members of the staff here, are simulacra of Dalanon.
Good to know. I let the group know telepathically, and that's probably all the useful information I'm going to get from Dale.
We got him.
Thanks, Dale.
Okay, so I'll let you guys do a spellcraft check
On simulator.
or knowledge arcana, I guess.
Yeah.
Knowledge arcana.
I could take
seeing
that.
it happen. You're referencing what you know.
So yeah, I got a 27. It is a spell that I could possibly cast.
Yeah. So you know that it is a spell that you create a sculpture out of ice. You animate it. It's an illusion spell, which is near and dear to your heart. Illusion, anyway. And what you do is you create a replica of what you have crafted the image of that is basically half as powerful as the original.
So
that's why he's able to cast command name again.
yeah, I mean, if he's able to cast Greater Demiplane, that's a level 9 spell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, he's level 18 or higher. So these simulacra are level 9 at the lowest.
Yeah.
That would stand to reason.
Okay, Cool.
Yeah. Makes sense. And we know that this is from the time Delanod lived in the time of 10th level and 11th level spells, right? Before the breaking of the weed.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a good chance his spell level is, or his character, that the original is of significant level.
Yeah.
His simulacra could be higher than 10th level, potentially.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Might have missed something important there, but
Well, the magic man who made this place existed in a time before level 20 was the cap, so the
So-
simulacra could be any level above like 9 or 10.
so I had a bathroom epiphany. It's just like, if we think this guy's alive, if we started breaking his simulacrons, that might make him show up, but maybe we don't want that to happen.
We probably don't.
Yeah.
It's
It
probably-
seems aggressive.
Well, you know,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if combat breaks out, it probably would not, if he's still out there.
yeah. Good to know. But we have an Uhtred. I don't know if you guys know that.
I'm the most powerful caster ever, but I didn't anticipate being chopped in half. All right, yeah, well, I head back to the room if I don't find anything interesting after like an hour or so.
Yeah, Uhtred, you know, when you guys are kind of having a little bit of back and forth about the simulacra thing, Uhtred says, "Oh, there's another one in here."
In the menagerie?
Yeah, he keeps telling me not to touch the animals.
Okay, well, don't touch the animals, but ask him what his name is.
Okay, hold on.
And there's one in each room.
Yeah, I think you're right. The curveball is that lady with the ears.
It's the nicest lady we've ever met. I probably should have sensed motive, but I would like to.
He says his name's Alan.
Alan. I love that. Alan.
Yeah.
Concierge's name is what?
I think he just said he was the
Right.
concierge.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Cool.
We can find out soon enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna catch a theater show while you guys are resting.
Okay.
I haven't. I don't need to sleep, so I'm just gonna see what this place has to offer while you guys are resting.
I think while you're doing that, you look 2 rows behind you and you just see Bort in the back with like just a lit up Jay just chilling.
Yeah, totally. Because Bort needs like what, 2 hours of rest, so he's just gonna be chiefing down in the back row.
Well, I mean, none of the marshals used anything that they. So, like, if the casters are going to sleep for 1 hour, the marshals don't need to rest for any reason.
Totally. Yeah.
So yeah, Yanni, you go to the theater, and you realize the theater moves slower on the inside. So you can like pop in, but you'd have to like pop in for like 8 minutes or something, and an hour is gonna pass outside.
That's probably all I'm gonna be able to give my attention to this, anyways. So.
All right, so you go into the theater, and it is a large theater. There's a mezzanine. There are box seats. Looks like this probably seats around 300 people. And
Is it fairly full?
oh no, it's basically empty. As far as the audience is concerned, you see a large hat. It's basically what you can see with like a plume on it. It's white, so it like really stands out in the dark theater. He's maybe 3 rows back in the center of the theater. And on the stage, you see a play being performed, but all of the actors are made of elements. one of the actors is this like really well-built, very handsome-looking individual, but he's entirely made out of rock. And he's performing a monologue to a woman dancing on the other side of the stage, who is entirely made out of fire. And sort of dancing around the stone man, acting out the emotion of his monologue, are several men and women who are all made out of water. And it's just a very unusual experience. You can tell from the man performing his monologue, like that grindy, gravelly voice that you hear from earth elementals. But he's speaking common. He's speaking it very clearly. He's just got, talk about a guy with gravel in his throat. His throat is made of gravel. So.
I would like to, if there is an appropriate moment after his monologue, to like yell, bravo in Terran to this rock guy's performance. The whole theater is coming down.
He finishes, and the firewoman begins to sort of respond in a sense of, his part happened, now her part's happening, and you interject with a bravo.
Oh.
You just see that white hat spin around, and you hear. And give me a perception check.
I fucked up, boys.
Roll an initiative.
Let's see. Let's say 33. Is the 10 still up? I imagine.
Yeah.
43.
Okay. In that brief moment where he turned around and kind of looked at you and shushed you, you see a man with familiar facial features. And
Psychedelic?
he let's see.
Neil.
He's got, except he's clean shaven aside from like a pencil mustache. And he's wearing like this big, like sort of pompous dandy hat, and that seems to match the rest of his clothing. Like he's got a poofy shirt and a jacket over it, and like a big ascot thing going on. But yeah, in that brief moment that he turns and looks at you, you're pretty sure this is another one of those simulacra whatchamacallits.
Okay. Then yeah, telepathically. Well, I guess I'll just tell you guys. I don't want to interrupt your sleep, so I'll just tell you when I leave. So at that point, I probably wouldn't cause any more problems. I would hang out for the rest of my 8 minutes and then exit the theater.
Okay. Is Bort in there?
Oh yeah, Bort's in there.
Okay.
Just fucking blowing cones in the back.
Yeah. So like, yeah, Yanni gets shushed and Bort kind of like, yeah, dude.
Yeah. They're doing their thing, man.
And after like maybe another 2 minutes, the guy in the white hat is cut, start over from the beginning. And he stomps his way up the aisle back to where Yanni's standing and says, "Sir, theater etiquette dictates that you not applaud, say bravo, give accolades to the actors until the curtain falls."
My apologies, sir. I meant no disrespect. I am not well acquainted with art customs. His speech spoke to me in such a way that I just had to give accolades.
They're the only ones in the theater, right? This guy stopped the entire show because
Well, he's the director.
one of the two guys in the audience.
And Bort goes, he goes, yeah, dummy. And then just takes it.
Art.
Sometimes there are others in the theater, and it is my responsibility to give the best possible performance. I understand that I believe this is your compatriot. He seemed to address you in a familiar tone. He seems to be just passing the time here, not quite the patron of the arts that some might be. But for future reference, we do have guests here who take theater rather seriously. And for their benefit, I am just informing you, next time you're in the theater, wait until the curtain falls. Then feel free to be as boisterous in your appreciation as you like, and that will call the actors out to receive their accolades.
Bort goes, do you want some of this bomb-ass weed?
I will pardon my friend. I will take it.
Leans over and goes, no.
Bort kind of like sadly looks at the joint. Huh.
Yeah, because the takeaway is like, this guy knows about better weed than this?
yeah. Damn. And then he just keeps puffing it. I'll catch up with you later, Yanni. I want to catch the second act.
Bort, I think we need to meet our friends, but by all means.
The second act, Yanni. And then he just goes back to watching the stage.
I am way out of my element here, and I just turn and run as fast as I can, just out of the theater.
Terrifying.
You turn and you start running, and you get to the door exiting the theater, and like as you get there, the guy in white like appears there and says, running in the theater is also frowned upon.
I'm so sorry.
Your boy, dummy.
Just near tears at this point. I don't know what to
He
do.
opens the door for you and he says, you don't have to respect me or the play, but please respect the institution.
Damn, Yanni.
Should have just went to sleep.
Yeah, you walked into your nightmare.
All right, so to the sound of what is it, like the Looney Tunes morning music, like da, 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 da. Largo.
Margot, how is your room appointed? What color is it?
It's purple.
Purple.
Yeah. And I
Is it
take
Elven or?
It's Elvin. Yeah, totally. It's similar to my apartments in Solomon.
Okay.
And I kind of just take my time, get some tea going. I know that I'm on 8th time here.
Mm-hmm.
I take a little second, look in the mirror, pat my face up, a little water. And then I drink my tea and emerge into the hallway.
And how's it going for Mirak?
He's not exited the room. He's still in there.
Okay. What's his room look like?
He's just in there. That's all we know.
Okay.
I'm patiently waiting. I'm chilling. I'm like, oh,
He's still in there. He's just not coming out.
I don't know if it's prudent, but I like picture what I think Mirak's door would look like and go up to the guest room door and knock on it. Nothing.
Nobody on the other side hears anything. So.
All right, I'm waiting. I cast telepathic bond.
You actually have to see the people.
Oh, I do have to. Yeah. I'm fucking waiting. I'm just like
Panic running, looking for someone I know. At this point.
After like 15 minutes, like somewhere down the hall from you, like you see like a door open, and then little shuffling footsteps, and then a door like quietly closed. Like you get the sense of like this door was not open wide; it was just very cracked. Someone slid out, door is closed, and then
Just so you know, there are 4 doors that go to the guest rooms. There's one on either side of the north corridor, and there's one on the north side of the west and the east corridor from the foyer. So,
I'm coming out in the hallway where we initially entered Largo's room.
okay, so that would be the same room, the same door that Largo came out of.
Yep. But again, I just slide real out. Bare minimum amount of opening the door.
Okay. And Largo, you're standing in the corridor just watching him do this?
Yeah, I'm just like, Mira, wait, come out. We agreed.
Oh, hey. I pull the door shut. And yeah, I'm here.
What's going on?
I'm here. I'm just here. I don't know if you want to roll a perception. I don't want to step on Dan's toes. Maybe.
Sure, maybe a sense motive. It wasn't very high, a 3.
Well, so Aaron will tell you, the gist is Mirak spent the entire evening just trying out different like cultural room experiences, and he feels really dirty about it. But he ended up spending the entire night in an elven room with like bubble baths and the works, and he didn't hate it, but he doesn't know what to do with that information.
Nice.
So yeah, if Mirak went through everything, one of the ones that he would probably, pause for a second and kind of wonder is like there was one that was a cave with just a big pile of gold for the bed.
Is that a dragon?
Yeah, the dragons come here.
And there was one setting that seemed to be very familiar to your experience in Thoza.
Okay.
People come here.
But I mean, there was a dwarven, there was elven. There was one that looked like primal or savage, and you weren't sure if that was like human barbarian or maybe orcish or something like that. But there was lots of like bones and skins, and it looked like a yurt as opposed to a building.
Yeah.
And there's also a chance that all of this is just, theme rooms. That might not be what, what's most comfortable to you, but it might be an option for just kind of trying something different out.
Well, he tries an elven room out and he feels very conflicted about it. But he's ready to start the day.
Yeah, the elven room, very soft.
Yeah, super soft.
All the fabrics are very smooth.
It's wrong. Shouldn't be like this.
Just the dwarven bed sheets are just duck canvas.
Yeah. Waxed. Well, cool. I think we wait in the hall until the marshals arrive.
Okay.
I'm just panically running, searching for familiar faces at this point.
Well, okay. Well, I imagine after a minute, you've probably cleared the whole hotel. And
Yeah.
You found us.
So when I find you guys, I'm just like really low because I'm fucking frazzled. I'm just like, I fucking hate this place. We need to get out of here. I ruined the play. I gotta go home. This is not home.
Not
a safe space.
Not yet.
Yeah, you you guys talk a little bit, and you hear Uhtred's voice. I found the brewery. See you whenever.
That was an option.
There's a brewery. Okay. So are we still telepathically bonded?
Actually, he says that to. Wait, your telepathic bond is an hour per level?
I think it's an hour per level, so it wouldn't have necessarily went away. So if I don't need to, because the weird way time works, right? I'm sure it's designed to
let's
have
just double check that. I mean, the thing is, the duration for you has run down that.
Oh,
many
10
hours.
minutes per level.
10 minutes per level.
Yep.
Okay. So. Yeah. So, Bork, Uhtred, and Yanni are still connected.
Okay.
So yeah, Yanni, you hear Uhtred. Actually, Yanni, you hear. I found it.
What?
I heard something at 8 times the
Vaguely
speed.
sounded like Uhtred's voice.
And it's sped up, so he's in a room where time is dilating things slower in the brewery so he can drink more. That's my guess. The brewery slows time like the theater did.
And then Yanni, you hear. What was that?
Oh God. Or Neutron trying to figure out how time dilation works.
So, and then Board is
There was like I'm not gonna keep doing it, but like you're like hearing like this laboriously slow. There was like a really high pitched noise.
Yeah. It's sped up by 16 times for him.
Yeah. 64 times.
Yeah, multiplies, yeah. Okay. So
That's weird.
it seems like we're gonna be out of pocket.
Well, the funny thing is, like, where Uhtred is, he's speaking very slowly because he's very slurred. So he was already speaking at half speed.
Yeah.
It got multiplied by 8.
But the three of us are together.
Yeah.
Well, it seems as though our friends have forgotten their appointment.
That's accurate.
As you guys are talking, a group of 5 dwarves come walking out of the grand hall and through the hallway, and they've all got like mugs of ale, and they're talking. They're wearing like expensive clothing. They don't look like adventurers. They look like merchants or nobles or something, but you don't recognize their dress style at all. It's very different than Cass. It's not familiar to any of you.
I swift action activate my armor before they see me.
Okay.
I want to look like the coolest dwarf possible. Just gotta put out all the stops.
Okay. As they come into the hall, one of them, a woman, comes up and is like, "Were you wearing armor when we came into the hall?"
I look at her and I say, "No."
She leans in and looks at you and checks out your armor, gets a little closer than maybe you feel comfortable with, and pulls touches the side of her spectacles, and you see like an iris, like a glass iris, come in over her spectacles, turning the lenses purple. And she adamantine and magic. Fancy.
I nod, and then I extend my hand and I say, Mirok, and if you'd like to see more, come to Tarnal.
She offers her hand and she says, Olga, no thanks.
You're lost. I look at her dwarven friend.
I just don't need to end up on the ass end of the world. This is good.
Ass end of the world. If that's the ass end, where's your head? I respond.
Well, the center of the world is the Shattered Shores, of course.
Shattered Shores. Do I know this place?
Give me knowledge geography.
Could I roll one of those as well?
Sure, if you want.
Here we go. Big nat 20 time. 14. Let's see. My geography is +9. Woohoo. We don't have Tears to Wine up, right? We're not spellcasting at the moment.
He should.
You do.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do not.
That is a 33.
That is much better than mine. Mine's
Okay. Well, yours is what?
like a 15.
15. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you both know that the Shattered Shores is what remains of one of the 4 major continents on the planet. So there's Estentel, Pendra Arv, Gramark, and then there was a 4th continent, but it shattered, and it's now known as the Shattered Shores. And Yanni, you would know that it's kind of delineated or organized into 3 sections. There's the outer ring, which is kind of a wealthy, affluent set of 3 nations, and then there's a inner ring that is resource rich, but the weather there is intemperate, and it's a pretty dangerous place. And then there's the maelstrom in the center, which is just an endless hurricane that churns with incredibly horrific weather. And supposedly there's something in the eye of that hurricane that's just absolutely amazing, but it's legendary and no one's ever been there or something.
When we're level 20, we're gonna go there.
It's a whole other campaign location.
Very cool. Very cool. Cool. Well, I do hail, well met, fellow traveler, dwarf stuff, and then I stop talking to him.
He says, if you and your friends want to have a good time, let us know. And then she and another one of the dwarf go to the guest room door across the hall, and they enter together. And then another couple enter together, and then the 5th dwarf is also a female, and she enters by herself.
Let me can I stop the last one before she enters
Mm-hmm.
and say, if you guys fancy a game of Stoneball while we're all here, let us know.
She looks back, and she does not seem to be as inebriated as the other four. And she says, we're not much for sports, but if you care to gamble, we'd be more interested.
Oh my god.
You just see like the cha-ching, the dollar signs in Yanni's eyes. Maybe a little drool.
Whoa.
Clear fun.
And she gives a deep bow with a flourish, seeing, your excitement, because you can't bluff for shit.
Not at all.
and gives a big smile and a wink, and she heads into her room.
We're about to open the hole.
Open the hole.
We need the money.
I think it goes exactly like that. Open the hole. Open the hole. We're in the money.
We need the money now.
We need the money. Well, shall we call the concierge?
Yeah. I think we go down to the foyer and we
Okay. All right, so let's walk down to the foyer. All three of us. Are we all three together?
I try in my best to match the time dilation for each of the other party members and say that we're going to the foyer.
Okay.
And maybe they get it, maybe they don't, but at least I tried.
So Uhtred would be really fast, Bort would be really slow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's see. Actually, you've got the card sheets. Roll a perception check for Bort and roll a perception check for Uhtred.
Okay, red is Bort.
Okay. Bort gets a 19 on the die. Add that to 23. We're talking about 42. Mr. Uhtred gets a 5 on the die. Add that to 20. We're talking about 25. Now add an additional 10 if they're lined up.
Okay. So yeah, you share that, and from like immediately after you finish, say to Uhtred, you get yep.
He just says, yep, or it's just too fucking quick.
And then from Bort, you hear, ooh.
Yeah, that checks out.
All right.
And then, like a moment later, you hear Otis. Otis says, Uhtred is coming. It'll be a bit. And then Bort. Hey, dude, where are you?
Oh, he's out.
Hey, we're heading to the foyer.
Foyer. Cool. Where's that?
Maybe we should just wait on Bort to come to Largo's room. Come back to Largo's room.
I don't know where that is either.
I mean, he walks around a little bit, and it's basically like he can see you guys in the foyer from the door from the theater. It just takes him a minute to look around, get his bearings, but yeah, Bort does not have points in knowledge, geography, or survival, or anything useful.
He's a lost boy.
Yeah, he's just a lost.
Got points in profession merchant now.
Yep.
But yeah. Okay, so you guys, it takes Uhtred a little bit longer, but you eventually reconvene. And Uhtred is hammered.
Dan, do any of my spells, would they resolve drunkenness? Because I have so many spells that resolve like illnesses.
Neutralize poison, heal, restoration, any of those. Neutralize
What does
poison.
Lemonade do on a drunk
I
person?
don't know. I think you might have switched out your neutralize poison for something else.
No, it's still on the sheet you sent me.
All right.
Yeah,
Neutralize poison would be the cheapest one for you.
I neutralize poison.
That might be the drunkest I've ever met.
We can do it again when you're done.
No, I've been drunk.
Never mind. I've been drunker than that.
I remain conscious the entire time.
What are we doing again? Largo explains the situation, asks that everyone holds hands.
I hold hands and cast particulate form and 9 lives on the 3 marshals.
Okay. Largo says, "Concierge, sir, concierge, we have a question."
We're asking it in a normal way.
Okay, so you do that, and you feel like a gust of wind kind of blow into the group of you, and as it does, a sort of wispy form manifests in front of you, and it is it's in the form of an attractive woman. Iani, you realize that this is the exact same shape that the elemental water women and the elemental fire woman in the theater were taking. All of the female figures were the same, like the orientation of the facial features and everything were. It was like someone put everybody into a Play-Doh mold, and you either came out a female or a male, but it was always the same exact one, just made of different elements. This one seems to be an air elemental, and I guess she was just hanging out invisible, and then you called for the concierge, and she kind of appeared, and she says, "If you need the concierge, I can go get him for you."
That would be amazing, my dear. Thank you so much. You look lovely today, if I may say so.
And she says, "I look the same every single day."
And lovely you shall be.
And
Dan, does Yanni realize that air elemental was invisible? I mean,
they're not magically invisible. It's just when air stops moving and doesn't manifest the vapor and stuff that's part of it, like she has to will herself to be visible when she's not stationary.
I'm just imagining Yanni like seeing her just like seemingly poof into existence and just be like, okay, I'm gonna turn my invisibility glasses on.
Sure. Yep, you can do that. It's just, yeah, for air elementals, they don't magically turn invisible. They're just completely transparent when they're inert.
Gotcha.
But then, yeah, you see just like this sort of semi-transparent gust move down the hall and disappear. And a few moments later, you feel a gust of wind move into the foyer, but you don't see anything. And then just after that, you can see the concierge coming down the hall from the grand hall.
All right. I wave at him.
He walks up to you and says, "Is there anything that you need? You're not leaving already."
So, certainly not. Certainly not. I have a confession to make. We are here with a purpose. The purpose involves one of Delanod's possessions. And then I roll a bluff check. Not bad.
Don't forget your action dice.
I think I'm all right.
Okay.
37. I say, we are chroniclers of the items that made great users of magic so powerful. Essentially, we create inventory lists of the great mages of history, what they had in their possession, how they came into possession of these items. And we have heard of the resonant bracers that Delanod had in his possession. And we are wondering what, if anything, you know about these, and if you might know their location, because if you don't mind me saying so, they belong in a museum.
Nice.
I get that reference.
Belongs in a museum in a country of people that are not from the place where it's from.
Okay. He listens and yells at the cat. And he says, I don't know anything about any resonance bracers. Any private items of Delanod's are private.
Dan, can I do a sense motive on that?
Okay. Sure.
That's a good roll. That is a 50.
Okay. You you get the impression that he's misleading, but not lying, as though he's maybe trying to misdirect.
He's misleading, but he's not lying.
Yeah.
So it's true that he doesn't know anything about them, and that his private items are private.
I make that known to you guys.
Yeah, Aaron or Mirak, give me an intelligence check.
When we were all together.
No.
Terrible.
No.
Terrible. Well, the 3 on the die. I mean, my modifier is like a 3, so that's a 6. Yeah. 6.
Maybe 16 if cheers to 1.
So are you like
I've just went up.
is Yanni, are you sharing this
Yeah. With the bond, the telepathic bond.
Bort says, yeah, it's because they're not resonance bracers, they're resonance bands, man.
Oh. Okay.
I within the same
Bort got a
check,
17 on his intelligence, or an 18 on his intelligence check, because now it's a +1.
I go, oh, if you'll forgive me, I certainly didn't mean to waste your time. Like, they're resonance bands, not bracers. Resonance bands. What am I thinking? Resonance bands.
Well, I'm just nodding behind him, like, oh, yeah, like, oh, yeah, duh. Whoops. What are we all thinking here?
He says, yes, I can see how someone who devotes their life to studying these things and being and cataloging them and all the intricacies can so easily slip the mind their actual.
In a place such as this, it's just so distracting.
Dale told me that he informed you that we are simulacra of Delanod.
Yes.
That means we're as smart as he was.
Well,
Would you go on?
fascinating. So you've maybe heard of our cataloging efforts.
Let me make it clear that This is a place of relaxation. It is a getaway. I can see very clearly by your clothing, equipment, weaponry that you're something of an adventuring party. If you come here seeking loot, you'll only find difficulty.
Mr. Concierge, sir, we only come here so that we might stand a chance to save the Promaterial Plane. Any effort that you could assist in this endeavor would be great to honor your master's name.
None of this place exists on the prime material plane.
But your patrons do come from the Promaterial Plane.
Yes, and if it's destroyed, I imagine we'll have quite a few more guests.
It will be the Hotel
Who
California.
will be paying to stay for quite a while.
Telepathically, I say, can I beat this robot to death now?
No, not yet.
No.
So asking for the thing we wanted didn't work. I think we should just act defeated and then go back to our rooms and maybe find the pointy ear lady.
Okay.
Because I mean, she's the only all right, all the simulacra, of course, they're aligned against us. What's her deal? Like maybe you give her the spiel. I don't know.
Okay. I will say, well, is our money still good till the end of the week? I seem to have upset you, and that was not my intention.
You're still paid for the duration of your stay. I am only offering you the warning for your own safety and well-being.
Fair enough, and thank you. I appreciate your time. I think I'm going to go spend some time in the tub of my elven-themed guest room.
I nod and then I stop nodding immediately.
And he says, the duration of stay is something of an honor system, as time does not move consistently throughout the retreat. You are welcome to stay for a couple of days. If you approach a week or so, then we'll have to renegotiate the cost of your visit.
We have no desire to steal from you, and we have no desire to stay more than a couple of days. So, but thank you for the clarification.
So if we all trudge back to Largo's room and have a powwow in his tub.
Yeah, let's roll that. Let's roll that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're all in the room talking.
We shouldn't have lied to him.
What do you mean?
We should have just told him the truth.
I mean, it would have gotten the same result. He would have been like, "No, you can't have that."
I don't think it would have mattered.
Yeah, I don't care if that guy has a negative opinion of us.
That guy isn't a guy.
That's true. We did him personally. But I think the door that was locked is very interesting, and maybe a board thing.
Yeah.
I think the lady who just also happens to be here would be interesting.
Yep.
Which lady?
The pointy-ear one that we encountered, she seemed interesting. I don't know if the one in the gallery that made me see. Yeah. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that Murak, after your night of enjoyment, your vision begins to dull.
I accept that because Murak is a cynic.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and Largo, as you're singing, brewing your tea in the morning, you're noticing how how much easier it is to carry a tune, and then your voice cracks, and you're like, oh, it's gone.
That's gone. That's to be expected. Jeez. Well, okay. I mean, we have two options here. We either try to figure out some other way to get what we need within the laws of this space, or we just let board around.
Good. I vote for boarding around, which might not be the best path forward. Largo, you could go meet the Fae lady. She seemed nice. Are we in? Where are we? Are we in Largo's room?
We're in Largo's room.
And you have a tub?
I do have a tub. We're
Okay,
all in.
I'm butt ass naked sitting in the tub.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
As we have this conversation.
I'm in full plate mail in the tub.
Yeah. You know, with the concept of boarding around, he gets out of the tub and goes over and starts putting on his armor and shit. And he picks up the longsword frog, and he stiffens for a second and he throws it back onto the bed. And he looks confused and he picks it up and he throws it back onto the bed.
Oh, you can't use weapons here.
And no, because he's wearing Duvain and Duquesne.
Okay.
And he looks back and he goes, hey, dudes, my swords don't want me to have other swords.
That's possessive.
I think you guys need to redefine the boundaries of your relationship, Bort.
That's alarming. Get down. But it could be said that those two swords might be all you need.
Yeah.
What do they need?
Those swords want to taste blood, so any other thing he uses is blood that they don't get to taste.
Yeah.
He says, yeah, that they say that I only need them, and they'll make an exception for my throwing daggers, but that's it.
So what caused you to throw the longsword down?
They made me do it.
Oh, so they're more in control of you than you are? Would you say that that's true, Bort?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Why would you not say that?
Because they're not making me do anything else.
Okay. Fascinating. Can you pick up that longsword and see how long you can possibly hold on to it?
He picks it up. And he's just holding it and shit. He rolled well on his will save that time.
Okay. You can set the sword down, Mort. I just look at you two and I go, I don't like this.
I don't either. Also, I imagine in his brain it's just like George Costanza's parents yelling at him. Georgie, you put that down.
Give me a knowledge arcana check.
Knowledge arcana. That is a natural one. 11. Yeah. Damn. I don't know what's doing it.
I think we'll cross that bridge another
I mean,
time.
you guys are pretty sure he's telling you the
Yes,
they
it started
telling
possessing.
him.
Yeah.
I mean,
On
on a player,
it turns out the demons living in swords.
intelligent items
That's nice.
have an ego. They generally have specifics about how they want to be treated, and there's rules to owning them.
So yeah.
And
Okay.
him having a long sword or a frog that's got like 8 other weapons in it.
Yeah, they don't like that. Okay.
I go into a long-winded discussion about how the only weapon you can trust is yourself.
That's a really bad thing he's giving him.
And I'm sure Bort wants to stab me the entire time I'm doing it.
Now, do we want to let Bort just board around?
I have a couple ideas, just really rough. That's a good idea. Boarding around, sneaking around. It went kind of okay in Thoza initially, where he also stole a very valuable magic item.
Yeah.
The dwarves, we could use this cast of characters to our benefit. Maybe we get Uhtred to get those dwarves drunk and they cause a ruckus, and that draws hotel attention.
Okay.
Brewery. Also, we are in a guy who's made a temple to his own illusion magic and abilities with probably one of the most powerful illusionists on the continent in our party. So maybe we can use some illusion on illusion.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I can create. Well, let's try it. So Largo casts silent image to like conjure up the muse lady in his room. Does it work?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's, the one thing about it though is like your illusion of her does her absolutely no justice.
Sure. But
Like you're pretty sure you're pretty accurate to her geometry and whatever, but there's like something about her that's just like incredibly compellingly alluring.
But the illusion works. Okay, so I dispel it and I go like, well, it seems as though my illusion magic does work here. That was a relatively low power, like not powerful spell. So
I will say actually manifesting it was incredibly easy for you here.
Okay. Damn.
I have an idea. Okay, Largo, could you reduce and keep yourself on Bort's person while Bort is boarding around, providing illusionary distractions on a need basis?
Certainly. I can also make all of us invisible.
Well, I was imagining Uhtred and myself and a large chunk of gold go to the brewery with the dwarves.
Oh, sorry.
And gamble and cause a ruckus there.
Okay.
An idea I like that. Idea I had. I can ethereal jaunt. I don't know how that would work in a demi-plane, but I could just walk through a wall invisibly. We have a portable hole. Dan mentioned about people getting in the hole. But if we laid out the portable hole, everyone got in, and then we quickly, because there is air, and then we went, then I ethereal jaunted through the wall and then let everyone out. Then we're on the other side of the wall. Now, we're definitely in a breach at that point.
If we do that, I think that Largo also needs to mass invisible first. That way, if we come out and we're in a no-no place, like maybe...
Largo has already kind of deduced that most of the spaces here are their own separate demiplane. If you go through the wall, you're either just going to be in the astral sea somewhere, or you'll be in the ethereal plane somewhere. The walls do not connect to other walls.
So even if I went through the doorway itself, right? It's the door closed, but I'm going through the archway of the door. That still would not be going through to the next demiplane.
Correct, because the same door that goes into Largo's room goes into your room and Bort's room and Uhtred's room. So they're basically all, teleportation rings. They're all gates, like Yanni's wand or rod.
Yeah.
What if Concierge or Dale or Alan or any of those folks have keys as well, and Bort could snatch one of them to get through?
Yeah, Bort says, oh yeah, they're all wearing the same ring. Did any of you notice?
I don't notice this very well, Bort, but I do appreciate
We
that.
get a ring from one of them.
Yeah, they all got like a monogram ring with a D on it.
Oh, damn. For damn. Now, same question in a different way, though. Does, because the shadow plane is different than the ethereal plane, does Largo think, after hearing Mirok's idea, that he could shadow walk to the super secret room? Or does it, not really carry much of a signature and you'd have the same risk?
Well, I think the shadow plane is like something coterminous with the prime material plane.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
like you could travel. Shadow Walk specifically works going long distances in the prime material plane by traveling through the shadows.
But I can also pop out into another plane if it is adjacent to the shadow plane in the ether.
Right, but you don't like you have no map of this.
Yeah,
place.
that's true.
I mean, the thing is, like this might have an orientation as how you pass through it, but that does not mean its orientation as it exists in either the astral or the ethereal plane. Like it could all be smashed together. They could all be, drastic distances apart. There's really no telling exactly how this is oriented.
Okay. Does Bort think that he could steal that ring? A ring, rather.
Yeah.
All right. Then I think the move is I will go super small and kind of cling to Bort on one of his belt pouches or what have you, and be ready to cast illusion distraction magic. And then he goes up and steals a ring from, I would vote Dale, because Dale's a custodian. They're probably all the same simulacra, but if one of them's going to be a little bit lesser, I think, no offense to anyone, but I would assume it is the custodian.
So if we found the simulacron in the brewery, though, and if we tried to do it, if there was one in the brewery, we could also have gambling distraction plus Largo distraction. Double distraction, plus we might make a little bit of scratch.
So maybe we should all go to the I mean, I could cast invisibility.
If we could do it in such a way, and then if it went to shit, we'd all still be together if we had to fight our way.
Yeah, I think let's do that. Let's go to the brewery and we'll act like, okay, whatever, fuck it. We're just gonna have some drinks while we're here, gamble, play into our reputation, and then if there's a simulacrum there with the ring, we'll see what happens next.
Okay. Uhtred says, "Oh, we're going to the brewery? Yeah, that's the plan. Let's do that one."
All right. Oh yeah.
Uhtred, where'd you get a tie? Well.
Okay, so you guys head out to follow Uhtred, who walks you back to the foyer through the hallway heading west into the garden, through the garden, and there is just kind of a doorway sitting there in the middle of the garden that is it's got a stone archway, two big wooden iron reinforced doors, and it's got a tankard on one door and a wine glass on the other door. And he opens it up. Says, "Home sweet home."
Here we fucking go.
The future site of Townsend's.
He's gonna buy our demi plane.
Yes.
And you guys, go into this room, and it seems to be just like a massive barn. There's the outer walls are these wooden slats, and you kind of see daylight peeking in between the slats. There's the smell of yeast and fermenting alcohol, rich spices. You can smell hops. You can smell honey. And passing down the center corridor of this space, and you see the giant brew barrels, and there's like fire and water elemental individuals manning a giant copper kettle, brewing something up, and you get the distinct scent of honey as you near it. And Uhtred starts giving you a tour.
Nice.
Yeah, so over there is the ale, and then they have the meadery is in that corner there. There's some wine on that side. There's not a lot. Beer. He knows. He has enjoyed all of it.
The long time.
Yes, and they apparently this chamber moves much faster than outside, so the beer is brewed more quickly.
Whoa.
Wow. Largo pretends to be
He's
more interested.
Like that door goes to the kitchen, which is then, that's how I get it in my room. And they told me that door goes to the apiary, and we shouldn't go in there. It's far too dangerous.
Okay.
It's full of bees. What if we just open the room to the apiary and just let all the bees in here?
Nice. Just have a thing of mead just at the door.
I plunk down at the bar near some dwarves if I see them.
Yeah, like you have to travel basically through the entire functional brewery, and then near the kitchen door there is a tavern. And there are a couple of water elementals that are manning the tavern, and you can see that there's a selection of meads, ales, beers, and like 2 wines that are all brewed in the brewery.
Nice. Nice. Well, I'm sure Uhtred just starts drinking. Bort probably forgets himself for a little bit and begins drinking until we're like, Bort, like, keep your eyes out for the simulator.
I'm just plunking down and drinking.
I'm looking for my newfound gambling people.
Bort's gonna roll a perception check.
Gambling dwarf, the Shattered Shores.
Yep.
27 to look for the simulacrum.
Okay. So you guys are in there for maybe an hour, 2 hours. Which is not a lot of time outside at all. But apparently the dwarves went to their chambers, did the speed up sleep thing, took about the same amount of time as your planning routine, and then they headed right back to the brewery.
Nice.
So before you see any simulacra, the dwarves return.
Nice.
A couple beers in, Mirak and Uhtred lift their cups and wave them over.
They come over. They do a round of introductions. Get all of your names.
Yep.
They introduce themselves. Olga, Dmitri, Yulia, Ingvar, and Tatiana.
Where are they from?
They're merchants from the Shattered Shores. Ingvar starts to go a little bit more into it, and then Olga says, "We're on vacation. Let's keep it casual."
I introduced myself as Largo Ether Spanner, adjunct professor at Castigan's School of Magical Trades.
I mean, I think Uhtred tells them exactly who he is.
Sounds very impressive. And then Uhtred says, and he's like, "That sounds more impressive." Sounds more.
What's the bet? What's the gamble?
Yeah. What do they want to gamble?
We play cards. You play cards?
I say, we have a deck of myriad trinkets.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's just go there.
Oh no.
That sounds like a lovely deck. Have you ever played Venture Poker?
I don't play cards, and I slide the deck of myriad trinkets over to Yanni.
Do we have to use this deck?
I don't think we have to, but I mean, how can I not? He just put it in my hand.
No, let's not take we're gonna have penalties that last months.
Or boons that last months.
It's
Or
that
a-
soft devil.
Or a wish.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
What is
all right.
venture poker?
Like
Like,
we'll get wish in like a level.
or we can have a wish now.
I'm just looking at it as the party healer. I'm like, oh cool, like half of our party is gonna be hamstrung as we like go into a Trask fight. Oh yeah, Ucher, he's gonna resist all of your buffs while you're fighting a Trask. Fucking cool.
Intelligence check for asking the DM a question.
Sure.
Natural 20 on the die, so that would be a 31 from Largo. Is this totally done?
It's absolutely, throwing caution to the wind, and there is a chance that this could be an incredible boon, and there's a chance that you could hamstring yourself. A bunch of stuff that could be bad is possibly fixable at your level.
Yeah.
Some of it is not, but it's it's a deck of myriad trinkets. It's not a deck of many things.
Yeah.
It only gets so bad.
Are both of those real items, or is myriad trinkets just kind of like a lesser item that you created homebrew?
The myriad trinkets is a homebrew thing.
Yeah.
That I because I don't want to ruin my campaign by introducing the deck of many things. That said, deck of many things does exist in the world.
Yeah.
It's just not likely to come across it.
Totally. Well, I say that we play, and I say we get as many people as we can to play, because then we'll have a better chance of one of us getting wish.
All right. Okay. We play. Mirak's on board. He does feel it is important to tell the dwarves the natures of the deck. So he does tell them each card could give you special abilities. Each card could give you immense problems. That's the nature of the risk. And whoever wins this could get a powerful wish. And then I look at not Olga, but the male dwarf that was starting to go into some stuff. I look at him and that's why I say and you could get a wish. And I give him a long look. But that is the risk of playing.
Okay. Yeah. They think about it for a little bit, and they say, "All right." Okay. So yeah, they kind of powwow for a little bit, and I'm sure like Yanni and Bort can kind of overhear a little bit of them. I don't know. Is it worth it? I don't know. Well, if a wish is on the line, there's 5 of us and there's 5 of them. So it's all we're only going to have even odds if we all play. And so eventually they decide, yeah, we're in, all of us.
So Largo, you have to play.
Yeah, I'm playing.
Okay.
I start shuffling the deck, and I'm just like, it's a good group of boys here. We're all gonna die.
This is like the 3rd time we've played too.
Yeah, well, the last time it was just 3 people over the corpses of Largo and Miracle. All right, let's fix this shit.
Pick a bad card. Ow! I'll do it later.
Yeah, the dead guy will fix it.
The dead guy. Will
Oh my god. Oh, this is so stressful. We never played with this larger group.
We got 10 people.
Yeah, the first time we played it, it was there's only one guy who wasn't us.
Uh-huh.
So this is but if the odds.
But here's the thing: Bort won't have to Bort around. There's a possibility that Bort's not gonna have to Bort around.
So if we get the wish,
Get the ire.
if we get the wish, can we just wish to be in possession of the bands?
Yeah.
Is that's a wish? That's not gonna monkey paw us and kill us. Okay.
I think wait.
I will remind you that if you wish for something and it falls in line with the concept of the spell as it is written in the book, like that it casts a lower level spell or that it does this, that, or the other thing. If you do one of those things, it works. If you try to create an open-ended, this is what I wish for, I wish to be the king of X, Y, and Z. The universe resists you changing reality and can get kind of funky. So, the dwarves, after you explain the deck of myriad trinkets, the dwarves explain venture poker. In venture poker, and I'll wait for everyone to be present.
Okay.
I'll take this while I'm waiting.
Now, okay, so what we can do with Wish, we can lift one creature per caster level from anywhere on any plane and place those creatures anywhere else on any plane, regardless of local conditions.
So we can ask to be transported to that room.
So we could wish to be
Transported to the location of the
residence plans.
And that
All
would
of
be-
us, or just one of us?
all of us.
Oh yeah, I'll take. Oh, sorry. I thought you were-
Me.
So that is not dangerous. That is not without, that is not asking for something crazy to happen. So if we get the wish, we wish
We're gonna
to
lose. They're gonna get the wish. They're gonna wish for you to die, and then we're just fucked.
Oh, I would resist them. Yeah, we're good.
I will resist. Yeah.
No resist.
I will simply not die.
I mean, I've done it in an alternate timeline. Yeah. I don't know. It seems like these dwarfs are kind of. I got a Thorin's company kind of vibe from them. Like they got some home issues.
The cool part about, not to metagame, but I think
playing a game with the deck of myriad trinkets is a really good thing to do when not everybody is here. Because it's not like we're battling something, it's just like, oh, it's crazy, we played a game. So I think
Yeah,
that's
it's a mini game.
yeah.
I'll live for this shit.
Now, if we lose, could we double or nothing that they get the deck of mini trinkets?
Only if they use their wish. Only if they use their wish to negate the previous game.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I just want to throw that out there.
you know what I'm saying? Like if they're like,
Yeah,
hey, if they win and we're like, hey, before you wish anything, if you wish
If you
this game
double or
didn't-
nothing, you take
Well,
the
you
deck
double it,
too,
you take the deck. Yeah.
and some cash. We're probably throwing some gold too at that point.
I will keep that on the down low.
I just said that telepathically, of course, just to piss Uhtred off, just to get a rise out of him.
Yeah, that works. Or we double or nothing. We open up the portable hole. We show them all of our wealth inside, and we just fucking push them in.
Push him in
And
it.
we just close the portable hole. Look at all this. No!
This is either the smartest idea or the dumbest idea we've ever had. There's
you,
going to be no in between.
you prompted the last game. Is it
Yeah.
Board that started the first game?
Yeah. Yeah. Board just like he stole the deck from Largo and then just went and started trying to play a game.
Yeah. And that's the one Uhtred won and then wished it away.
Yep.
It's an interesting tool.
See, I think the key is we just convinced the Tarask to play this card game with us.
That's reasonable. Yeah, the Apocalypse Engine loves games.
Yeah, hey, do you want to play a card game? And then I just get impaled.
Its one weakness is poker.
This is how I ended up in the comment.
Okay. All right, so venture poker. You all get dealt 3 cards.
Okay.
The first one is face down and you can see it. No one else can. And the next 2 are face up and everyone can see them. You bet on each card, but you bet by putting money into a cup and no one sees how much you bet.
Okay.
After the 3rd card is dealt and everyone put however much money into their cup that they wish to bet, then the amounts in the cups are revealed, and whoever bet the most takes the remaining cards in the deck and picks the 2 that they want. And this continues from person to person, from who bet the most to who bet the least.
Okay. Very interesting.
So nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Okay.
You have the best chance of winning if you bet the most.
Okay. We have a fuck ton of gold. How much do we distribute to each of us? My vote is 1,000.
Yeah, I support that.
Maybe 1,500, because these are fucking merchants that somehow gained access to the demi-plane that is the best resort ever.
So we have like what, 78K or something?
Something pretty ridiculous. We could each take 10 grand.
Let's each take 2.
2 grand?
Okay. I got this specifically for this case that this happened. And I think that we can just go ahead and, I don't know, figure out something.
Yeah.
So like 2K per person. There are 10 gold coins, or there are 20 gold coins. There are 40 silver coins, and there are 60 copper coins. So if there's 20 and there's 10, then, we'll say that the merchants are just going to match you. Oh, and whoever wins the hand gets all the money in the pot.
Okay.
So the money, the money is happening to.
And is it our understanding, just based on like us living in the world, that us each coming to the table with 2,000 gold pieces is us coming to the table with a comparable amount of money to some of the richest merchants would spend on poker? 2,000. Remember, like a copper piece is $1, Yeah.
A gold piece is 100. So that's $200,000.
200,000.
So yeah, this would be, very much a high rollers table.
Okay.
Anywhere.
What?
I'm just saying, should we each come to the table with 3? Well, he already divvied it up, but if we each come with fucking 3.
Nah, I think we'll do 2.
Okay. Because then we only lose 15,000. We have like 78, All right. Largo's just ready to just fucking be like, and 10 grand. No one, because we all have telepathic bond up. So whoever amongst us has the best hand, we just need to be like, okay, yeah, take all our money and bet like 15,000.
Yeah, we also all have, or not all of us, but we all, like, Bort has a ton of money in his pocket.
Yeah.
I have some valuable things.
I ain't got shit.
You have nothing.
All I have is the 2K.
Okay, I'm gonna I propose in the chat to Bort. We can all make a decision on what Bort would think it may be. Bort, if you have the highest hand, will you throw some of your personal wealth in there for us to have be guaranteed the highest bet?
I think Bort would do it under the condition that whatever he wins,
Yeah,
is his. Like we don't take any of the winnings. That seems like a Bort will be comp. You know what I mean?
I offer that we pay him back double what he put in of his own money.
Well, but that's only if Ford has the right hand, which is a 1 in 10 chance.
Yeah.
What might be better to use a telepathic link is that we all bet minimums, and then we telepathically communicate to each other who has the best hand out of all of us, and then that person goes all in on that hand.
Okay.
So we're only ever risking $2,000 at a time, and we're putting our best hand forward.
Okay. But we're only playing one hand.
Oh, yeah, good
Yeah,
point.
that's so everybody gets 3 cards, right? It goes around. Basically, the last person, everybody ends up with 5, right? But
So
at the end of it, you're not picking
Here's
anything.
what I'm gonna do. It's basically you guys are all working as a team. So I'm gonna say you're controlling everyone's cups.
Yeah.
And I won't know.
Okay.
We
may ask you to leave the room at times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I have?
This is fucking excellent.
What do I have?
Hey, Dan, is there a card that is wild?
Yeah, there's 2 jokers in the deck.
Yeah, 2 jokers. That's what I was thinking. Jokers are
What are
wild.
those two?
One does something good, one does something bad.
Yeah, it's probably the red one. Red one does good stuff. Black does bad stuff.
I think it's like a negative level or something.
That's rough. I think I could fix
Dude, yeah, negative levels, that's greater restoration.
that. Yeah.
We have that.
So pretty much, if you can get first, you can get 2 jokers. At the very least, you could have 3 of a kind.
Amazingly, I had
Unless they haven't, assuming they haven't been done.
I guess. I don't have a brain for poker.
Okay.
It's one or not the other for me.
So I'm just gonna do this.
So each one of these gold coins represents.
Each one of those piles represents 2,000 gold pieces.
Okay.
I don't know. We could try to figure out how to figure out the denominations. It shouldn't be that hard to figure something out.
Yeah,
Okay, so these are cups to manage.
well, I mean, even my lettuce is my drop dead 10:30. So like, still,
There's each one has a letter on it.
lots of things.
Putrid, Mira, County, Largo, Bort.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll be.
I mean,
I've got.
The denominations, I know this might not be the most interesting thing, but I mean, just the both the copper and the silver just are 100 each, and then these are each 500. That works out because there's 10 of these, 2 of these.
Okay.
So it doesn't really do anything for there are 4 of these and 6 of these, but the math starts to get a little bit harder there. So if we just say each of these is 100 and these are 500 each.
Yeah.
If these were 50, then this would be 300. So then we'd need to make up 700.
I got it. I'm just trying. If there's an interesting way.
Yeah, particular form.
wood, but I would hold it because it's more rounds.
Yeah. You would have time to react if you say.
Yeah, I could cast. Yeah, I could cast on my first round. I couldn't quicken it, but I could cast on my first round.
Yeah. And at that point, I think we're just there to grab it, get the fuck out.
It's still light out. It's reflection. The fan. Yeah, it looked like the sun going through a tree.
Just light out.
Yeah.
There's
Well, shit, today's the longest day of the year.
Yep, summer equinox.
4, 6, 2.
Okay.
And Glenn's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Well, happy birthday, Glenn. Thanks for showing up. Just for the recording.
Oh yeah, it is his birthday today. I was thinking if the gold are 400 apiece.
Yep.
And silver 200 apiece.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can take away 2 copper each, and the copper can be 100 apiece.
400, 200, 100. Okay.
Yeah. So that'd be 800 in gold pieces, 800 in silver pieces, and then 400 in copper pieces.
Cool. So 400, you said 200, and 100.
If you're Delta player,
Mhm.
and you get to go first, that should be able to.
Okay.
That's what you said. 400, 4, 2, 1.
A huge amount of money, and you get to pick the cards you want. Yeah.
Should just do each, like however.
All right. So I'm going to say that, you're going to look at Uhtred and Bort's hidden card.
Okay.
Mirok and Yanni text Largo. Shit. Actually, you're going to look at everybody's cards.
I'm just going to
And
look
then,
at
yeah.
everybody's cards.
Yeah. And then I guess I can just walk out and you guys can figure that out.
Okay.
Okay. So. Does this say the 3 of you roll a d20?
Okay.
We'll see what lines I need.
Beat it by 1.
Yeah. Well, actually,
Almost Largo's original.
Yeah. So what'd you guys get?
8.
9.
9? Okay. Yanni, you roll the highest. Who gets the first card?
Hit me with it.
All right, Yanni. Okay. Yanni, Bort, Mirok, Dmitri, Yulia, Tatiana, Ingvar, Olga, Uhtred. Okay. Okay. So.
What do you do at D&D? We play cards.
Okay.
It's a game inside a game.
Well, I'm going to take all this because, at this point, if I show you what I'm putting in the cups off of the table,
Yep.
you can figure out. So you can do the same thing with the party's gold.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be. You don't have to minimize it to what each person has.
Okay.
You can do it however you want to.
Yeah.
And we'll say also everyone has to ante 100 gold.
Everyone antes. A cup.
So every cup has to have at least a copper piece in it.
Okay. I'll do that now. So there's 3 rounds of betting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So.
And essentially,
Dwarves have done their first round.
Okay. If you go down into the basement, I'm just going to flip open our cards and they'll see them.
Man, interesting fucking. Once we figure out what all the cards do, holy shit.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to start with Mirok.
Nice. Ooh, bummer. Nice.
Bummer.
No, that's good.
No, they match.
Oh, right. So that means it's not in circulation.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I mean,
So Yanni and Uhtred have the best hands right now.
Yes.
yeah, but I mean, it's just a card. So
Yeah. Okay.
board has more opportunity though.
Yeah, see, the thing is, I mean, if we're going off of like, so it's not necessarily that a suit card is best, right? We're looking for pairs, we're looking for three of a kind, we're looking for full house, we're looking for straights, flushes. This doesn't really give us too much information.
Yeah, so I think we all just need to just throw in amount we're comfortable losing.
Yeah, I think we just do the ante right now.
Just the ante?
Right, because it's whoever bet the most at the end gets to pick the cards.
There's no max on the end, right? So I mean, we could all
Yes.
just bump it all at the end.
Yeah, I think we ante on this one.
Okay. I'm gonna do some
Yet again.
fakery here. Okay. Oh boy. Clearing away the excess here so you don't know.
Yeah.
All right. So, starting with Yanni. These cards go face up. Ooh.
That's very good.
Oh, Mira.
Ooh, there you go.
Oh.
Oh, damn, I got a lot of reds. I think it's split.
Oh, this way. I love this.
That's good. Trevor's having a good time by himself. Having fun.
Oh, I'm over here just fucking loving it. I'm not by myself. I have my virtual friend.
No, you're by yourself, but you're having so
Aw.
much fun.
I'm always with you, Largo. You
God, there's
know,
so many reflective surfaces over here. Dan, I promise I'm not looking. I'm just realizing I can see the TV from so many fucking angles.
I mean, I'm
you
not.
can't see anything you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, we can't.
I'm not
see-
I'm not showing any of the.
Okay, you're just kind of looking.
I'm looking at I'm not doing it in any way. I mean, you guys couldn't see any of the cards that I flipped, right?
No.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Trevor, just watching Trevor looking like a crazy person in your
Yeah.
kitchen talking about reflective surfaces.
He's just gonna go outside next time. Be like, I can't see him if I'm outside.
I'm just gonna get in my car.
It's the only safe thing to do. I need to drive home.
I'll call you from the car. Where you going, bro? Cackling like a madman over there.
I did look at that hand. I was just telling you that.
Huh?
It would all be bad.
What is?
Yeah. Isn't
Oh,
isn't that the one?
Okay.
I don't think so.
Might have historic information here.
Trevor, it'd be really funny if you were doing that and then you just walked straight across, opened up the refrigerator door, and then went in. Okay, all right, so that's not great for me. stuff. Nothing for Largo. That's
Mhm.
Okay.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I thought there was a
Yeah.
mismatch there.
Yeah, I think Uhtred has the diamonds. Yeah, we're both flipped.
Oh wait, no.
No, he's got
He's-
Jack and
yeah.
Ace.
Okay. So
And those are both.
yeah. I think we do the same thing again, and we just wait for the next hand.
Here's the part where I think we need to play as our characters a little bit more. Bort is excited.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Uhtred's also got a good hand too.
Yeah.
Oh shit, no, it's the other way around.
Reds are
Reds are
good. Yeah.
Yanni, do you want to do anything?
Do I
You
want to
have-
do anything? I'm gonna keep the ante.
You have the best
How do you figure?
because you've got the start of a run.
No, they don't match. The
It's
suit
still
does.
the start of a run, doesn't it? Not. I mean,
Now Bort does. I don't.
it's not flush, right? But you can still. A run is still just sequential, right? Or is that suit specific?
I thought it was suit specific, which I am not some kind of poker expert.
I mean,
so
I can Google
I
it.
guess
real quick.
we could find out. But I was operating under the assumption that suit mattered.
Dan, don't come up yet. We have to Google some poker rules. You can have a run without having the same suit, right?
Right. Straight doesn't need to be.
Okay. A straight doesn't need to be suited. Also, Dan is standing suspiciously close to the bottom of the stair.
Dan, you bastard. You know what? Do me this. Do me that many hundo.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ante because I got nothing. You have what, a pair of aces?
Get another big shooter. That changed things. Also,
What do we think for Bort? What do we think for Bort?
that's what I think Bort would do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that.
You also put a joint in there, just like a half a rig.
What do we think for Uhtred?
I think Uhtred has potential, and I think he would do something similar to Bort.
Yeah, like somewhere. Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah.
You did a great job, Trevor.
All right, let me close these.
Let's make sure.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing it backwards, Trevor.
No.
No, my card was face up. Yeah, that was down on the first round. That was
Okay,
down.
you might have to help me
right.
with this. I wasn't thinking about it.
Yeah. You're right. It's the one underneath is the one that needs to go down.
Yep.
Okay. Good.
Yes.
Good shape.
Okay. Dan, we're ready for you. I'm all alone here, boys.
You're dude up and you're doing good.
I'm fucking dude up.
Okay. We're ready then. Starting with Yanni. Maybe working on a flush. Maybe working on a flush.
Damn it.
Fucking hell, Largo.
Nope, nothing.
Ooh.
That's what you want.
I need to look up.
Yeah, but that's not one of you guys.
Yeah, I need to
I'm
look up
aware.
here.
That is unfortunate.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, well, good round for Dmitri. Everybody else, it's not a bad hand for Largo.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
I'm sending a hierarchy to everybody, just in case we don't all have it memorized.
What do you think? You're better than me?
No, I think my phone is better.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand in the kitchen again.
Jeremy. Oh, okay. I'm with you.
All right, now this is the last round of betting.
And then we see who bet what.
And then we see who bet what, and in order of who bet the most to who bet the least, each player gets to look through the deck for the next 2 cards that they put in their hand.
Okay.
Feels like a guaranteed win.
Well, I mean, part of it is the cards you might be looking for might be in somebody else's hand.
Totally. So based on what we think they might be betting, based on clink noises in game. And you said we're not exactly restricted as to who started with what.
You can do whatever you want. I don't care.
Okay.
The thing is, your side and my side has the same number of coins.
Yeah. So you're not restricting yourself either.
No.
Okay. And we're trying to play our characters as much as possible as well.
That's fine.
A couple people are more excited than others.
Yeah, not all of the money is getting bet.
All right. I'm going to start flipping over, y'all. And it's going to be the one on the bottom.
Yep.
Garbage.
ah,
Garbage.
shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Bort's our main guy.
Yeah. And well, actually, Uhtred will be the better of the two. This is ace high as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Assuming that's a die, which it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is Uhtred. Uhtred's our guy.
So
Uhtred or Bort?
Uhtred's ace high.
Yeah. But Bort's
So-
excited.
yeah, so I think it needs to be Uhtred, Bort, then me, because I can do a straight, and then after that, it's really a wash between you two.
So
We're not going to bet any. Me and Mirak shouldn't bet anything. Yanni, you should bet nothing, and we should divide between Uhtred and Bort.
well, so the answer, the minimum is 100 gold pieces.
Yeah,
So we have to put 100 gold pieces in this round.
I already did.
Okay, great.
Anti's
Then the question is, okay, Uhtred has the money he has, but like, can we, as characters, shuffle and give him a bunch of money in the middle of a
Yes, we
poker
can.
game?
Yes, we can. I just discussed that with Dan.
Okay.
So this is what
We have a pot of money. We don't each have money. We as a group have a pot of money. So we can essentially throw it all on Uhtred. Guaranteed
what
high number.
this is, if I could,
Yeah.
I think that it should be at this point. These are going to be in terms of 1,000 now, but I think that should be Uhtred, and then Bort, and then me, for total, all the way down,
Okay.
Go for it. Yeah.
and then whatever you guys want to contribute to you know.
Okay.
I'll stand it.
Bort or Uhtred first? I apologize.
Uhtred.
Okay.
Yeah. And well, think of it this way too. You guys might want to consider throwing in more, because you might not be able to win, but you could pick cards that you know won't hurt you.
Yeah.
Like giving yourself more opportunity to not get fucked.
But then it's not gonna. I mean,
We have secret information that they don't have, though.
we're competing against each other to do that, though. So it'd be like a
Well, but at that point, Uhtred, Bor, and myself have already picked our cards. So like you can't fuck us out of.
Oh right, because it's in order. You're right. Yeah.
Like you could only help yourself with that for me.
Yeah, in that case, I would bet below the minimum which you set for yourself, which is 2,000.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So Yanni,
I would go 100 gold pieces below Yanni.
I'm going a little bit. It's a little bit hard to keep track of.
Dude, yeah, I completely understand.
All right. It's kind of loose, but you know, try it. Okay.
Okay. Give me a knowledge or arcana check.
Okay. 13 plus 21 is 34.
34. Okay. I'll give you this information. You can share it. You might know this already, but one thing about the cards, reds tend to be good. Black tend to be bad.
Yep. We know that from our notes.
There's a big joker and a little joker.
Yeah.
In this deck, the big joker has color on it, and the little joker does not have color on it.
Okay.
They're not different sizes,
Okay.
but that's how you'll be able to differentiate if you're one of the ones that get to check first.
Okay.
I don't know. Oh no, we did tell them.
Okay.
Which did what?
Yeah, we've said there's some good, there's some bad.
So, have you already figured out how much in each person's cup?
No. But I will get a piece of
Give them has a red.
paper.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Man, he has to just keep fucking himself.
Okay. That's a good point. So if we yeah.
Mines are really fucking cool.
Yeah, they are.
That's another thing.
That's a really good. If we like control the top ones, that might be good. Is to like seek out reds and then look around it. Okay, Ingvar, it's ping and 10. Can you do anything with that? They're both red. 10 for right. Yeah, like if we do that, okay, I'm gonna seek out reds that support his straight.
Yeah.
Or okay, and then look and see if we have diamonds in there.
Which there's not because Ingvar has it.
Yeah.
Yeah, first obviously the Jack's gonna be gobbled up. It could be anything.
I mean, there's only one left.
Sorry, I said Jack's. I meant.
One's good though, one's bad.
Yeah. But I mean, to win the game.
Yeah, it is. Where would a joker sit though? Then like a flush straight into that.
Wherever it needs to.
Oh, just
Wow.
it's bills.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh.
400, 200, 100. Okay.
This camera. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay. I'm ready when you are.
All right.
Uhtred fucking man. Just doesn't give a fuck.
Okay. What is your highest bid?
3,400.
34. Okay. So that beats mine.
Okay.
Who is the highest bidder?
Uhtred.
Do you want to show us the cards? How are we doing this?
I mean, showing the face down cards could affect what you're trying to draw from the deck. So,
Yeah.
you know, or what you're hoping to accomplish.
Do you guys just trust me to do this?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask before we started.
Let me look at my little ledger here.
I mean, I guess at this point, everything is just kind of on rails. No one can change what comes next.
Right.
So,
So we need like shut down tabs.
Which would be Symmetry. Yeah, that's that main one. Let me,
which cards did he have face up?
Face up, Uhtred had an ace of diamonds and a 6 of diamonds.
Jesus, cheers. Thank you. Yeah, nice. Yep.
Okay. This is hard because it has to be all 5, right? All 5 cards have to be involved. Like you can't do a straight 4. It has to be
No,
5.
yeah.
So,
Yeah,
So I'm just
straight or a
thinking.
flush has to be, you have to have all 5 cards.
yeah.
Um,
There's only one option here.
yeah, and I mean, now that you've looked,
Yeah.
you know, both jokers are in the deck.
Yeah.
This little joker is really bad.
Okay.
It's the worst card in the deck.
Okay, cool. I will choose that.
If you choose it for your hand, I mean, you know, getting both jokers could be huge for whatever Uhtred's trying to do. But it could also, it'll also necessarily mean he takes the worst penalty.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do it, Uhtred.
I'm mixed on that. Trevor, if you need to send us a picture of what you're thinking, that's okay too.
No. Unfortunately, the decision is easily made for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who goes after Uhtred? We don't know yet.
See,
Okay. Yeah, where's the deck?
oh, the deck's right over here, sorry.
I'm gonna keep it in my pocket.
The next highest that we have is 2,800.
Okay. The next highest that they have is, and I didn't keep track as I was doing it.
Sure.
I was just putting, but they both bet 2,900.
Okay.
There's 2 who bet 2,900.
Okay.
And that is Tatiana and Dmitry both bet 2,900.
Okay.
And since Dmitry is showing a pair, he's gonna get to go first.
4,000, 3,000, 2,000. Thanks. I got lost in translation.
I think, yeah, putting the things in the cups is complicated. And also, I think their numbers might not have been what we thought. Because,
The numbers were 400, 200, and 100.
yeah. It's
Well, just what I said I thought we should do, I guess got lost in translation because that's not what happened, which is totally fine.
Yeah, it got confusing after I started dropping the gold coins and I had to sort through the ones that were not the highest. Because I was trying to guarantee that Uhtred would have the highest. And I was, yeah.
Well, I mean, 4,000. He didn't start with 4,000. He started with 2,000.
Yeah, but
So,
we decided we could pull money.
Oh, right. Yeah. We can throw
Whatever.
money.
all right, here's what I'm going to
I
do.
might have fucked up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Okay.
Dimitri's going to take one of the jokers, and Tatiana's going to take one of the other jokers.
Okay.
Yeah, only.
I'm going to have you decide which one pulls which because they don't know the difference.
Okay.
So this one's
Tatiana.
going to. Okay. So that one's for Tatiana.
Man, that's the fashion getting the works.
Okay.
But still, take at least one of them. Not really good.
Okay. Tatiana goes next.
Mm-hmm.
I wish one of y'all would have been here.
I do as well.
I wouldn't have been any help, dude. Poker's not my bag.
So yeah, I mean, if you would have took both, then they couldn't have, regardless, right?
And also, there are a lot of players out here. There are way less cards in that deck than you'd think.
Well, I mean, there's 10 players. Each are getting 5 cards. There's 54 cards in the deck.
Yeah.
So there's only going to be 4 cards left at the end of this. Okay. So you said the next one after is 28. So then you pull next. That's 4. Oh, fuck.
And that's what you think's happening. Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. Next I've got is 1,500.
Okay, mine is 1,700.
Okay. So you look again. Is that Largo's? Is that what you said mine?
Yanni.
Yanni. Okay.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh boy.
Dan, can you go downstairs for a second?
Okay. I'm gonna close this door.
Dimitri probably has a fucking full house.
Right. That's why I was saying we should have taken the jokers regardless.
At least one of them.
Yeah, even if you didn't need them, they couldn't have got them.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that.
It's okay.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It's okay.
Well, I think we might be fucked.
Yeah. Well, so I guess at this point we can just pull for boons and just not try to get good hands, but just not try to fuck ourselves with penalties.
Yeah.
Or we can really twist the knife on them, and when they're like, "Oh, my skin hurts," and all of the bad things start happening, we can be like, "We'll fix that if you use your wish the way we want it."
We should have played. I should have played. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing.
Dude, it's fine. It's 10 p.m. at night, and you're playing poker with 5 separate individuals.
By yourself. Yeah. In hindsight, we probably should not have done this.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. But that's what makes it so good.
Would you mind showing me what my options are?
Yeah. So there are no more diamonds. All right. I'm just gonna tell you that there are no more diamonds, and that's what you have.
Okay. What's left to pick from, though?
I can give you. There are no face cards. I can give you a pair of 8s.
That doesn't do any good.
I can give you a pair of 8s.
Well, Trevor, let me see the cards. Like I'm
yeah.
more concerned about just picking red cards at this point.
Yeah.
Red. Yeah. Like black. Keep going. Red. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
You just want me to pick red cards.
Yeah.
So there's 3 2s in there.
There are.
I mean, I might be able to get.
There's 3 2s in there.
There's 3 2s. There's a
Yep.
2 left standing. I don't know if they've drawn yet.
Yeah. Okay. You want to take a 2? 2 of diamonds.
Give me both the red 2s.
Both the red 2s. Heard.
Oh no, I couldn't. So I can draw 3 cards right now.
You get 2.
2. Okay, so I got I couldn't do it. 3. Because I thought I saw 4 or 5 of 3 and a 2.
It's fucking Aaron says it's 10 o'clock and you're playing poker for 5 people. Sorry, I tried to listen. I got ahead of myself.
That's exactly what you're doing, though.
All right. Okay. I'm calling him up.
Yeah.
All right, Dan. Come on up. Well, I thought I was being a better boy than I was being with the collaboration.
Uh-oh.
We've probably lost.
Uh-oh.
No, yeah, I mean, some game strategy.
So the next one I've got is 1,500. No one's got higher than that. You got 17. Then
Yep, and then the next highest is 12.
okay. I'm gonna hand it back to you after this.
All right.
So that is Olga has 1,500, and she has. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Yeah. Okay. Lord have mercy. Mirak. Our next highest is 900. Keep going.
That's me.
Or Ingvar doesn't have shit.
Yeah,
Neither does
Ingvar.
fucking Largo.
Ingvar and Yulia are not loving their hands.
They're fucking red, at least.
Yeah. At least
Largo-
the red.
Largo's got shit.
They don't know that their hands are beneficial to them.
Oh yeah, I know. That's me. That's Mirak thinking.
Yeah.
Whoever wins is gonna just wish to not die from all the negative.
Yeah, they might do. They might do a nutrient. But I don't.
Largo's fucked.
Okay. Next I got is 800.
We're done.
Oh, you're done?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So Ingvar, there are no kings. There are no tens. It's pretty easy. And Yulia. Yulia sucks.
Fucking Dimitri. Fuck Dimitri. Largo's says that under his breath. Fuck Dimitri.
Zimmy. Ah, jeez. Yeah, no. Yulia is garbage. Man, that queen fucked her. I guess the best she can do is grab a high pair. Okay. And I believe. And God damn, I just have to double check because there are a couple of cards that require you to draw another card.
Come on, Dimitri. Like exchange a card?
No.
Damn.
Draw another one.
Get another one.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the jokers.
Really bad.
2 of clubs and a little joker. So that is Tatiana and Dimitri. And I'm going to have this should be rare. Or this should be random. So draw 1 card and put it on Dimitri's pile, then draw 1 card, put it on Tatiana's pile. Okay.
I didn't take those twos.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Does Dimitri have a full house?
Yeah, he does.
Yep, that's game.
Yanni should have been here, not me.
That's what
That
I was
doesn't
afraid
matter.
of.
Tatiana has 4 9s.
But Tatiana would have beat us anyways.
Tatiana would have beat us anyways. And I wasn't thinking about the fucking jokers. That one must have gone one ear and out the other.
I mean, if Tatiana would have beat us anyways, it's a moot point. It doesn't matter. So it might actually be good that we insulated
Did
ourselves.
any of you have a pair? Like, face down? Or like in your hand before you drew?
Nope.
No, none of you had a pair? And I guess none of you were working on something that could have been a straight flush.
No, the best we have is straight. Or a flush.
Well,
Well, I'm glad it was a moot point. Now I don't feel as bad.
yeah, no, Ingvar did get a full house 10s over. Oh, no, he got 4 10s. Never mind. He won.
Ingvar won.
No. Dimitri.
By 1. Yeah, 10.
9 still. Okay.
10s over 9.
They had 2 hands that would have beat us.
Yeah.
Well,
What we
would they
did,
have had you taken both jokers though?
had I taken both jokers? No.
Yeah.
Well, no, because we didn't have a pair of anything.
Yeah, but you still could have taken both jokers. They're wild. They could have been any.
Right, but then at best he would have had 3 of a kind.
Right. I wouldn't have had anything to add
He
those
would have had a
2.
flush.
It wouldn't have
He
been.
did have a flush.
Right, but I'm just saying, had he taken the jokers, that's something those other people couldn't have taken.
Yeah. Part of the plan of this is how to deprive other players of
Yeah.
what they might need.
I fucked
And
that.
like his hand wouldn't have been any better, so to speak, but they would have lost out on jokers.
Yeah, but I guess I'm not following because they still would have won, so I don't see the point.
They both
Well,
had
they
jokers.
could.
The Jokers are what did it for both of them?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought Dimitri had both the Jokers. I
No,
couldn't see.
they split it.
They had 3 of
Oh, so shit. That's
Yeah, so we only would have won if we took both Jokers.
that's Mirak, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Now, caveat to that is, I don't know, would we have wanted to take the little joker even if it would have given us the wish?
No, I wouldn't have.
Oh wow, Butcher's got a great hand for post game benefits.
Yeah.
So
Alright, let's go.
I'll just go ahead and read these off for Butcher, so everyone knows. Ace of Diamonds. Know the answer to the next question you get asked. That might be your answer right there. That might solve every problem you guys have.
Hey, Uhtred, where's the resonance band?
+1 dodge bonus to AC for 1 month. 6 of diamonds. Next beast you fight flees in terror. That actually kind of sucks for retreat. Jack of diamonds. Immediately gain a +2 inherent bonus to charisma.
Damn.
King
I
of
needed that. That would make all the difference for you.
gain a type 2 bag of holding with 10,000 copper pieces. Wait, is that 10 or 100? 10,000 copper pieces.
That's cool.
As long as we hold off on asking Uhtred any questions and metagame the fuck out of this, we can figure out where those resonance bands are.
Yeah. And maybe something else.
I'll do this. All right, so that's Uhtred. Yanni. Yanni's got all reds. That's nice. 2 of diamonds. Defeat the next individual you meet to gain 1 inherent ability bonus.
That's really cool.
The next individual you meet.
Oh, that's not great.
So the next person I meet, I need to beat the shit out of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can be Largo.
No, he's already met you.
Oh shit,
I gotta
man.
meet someone.
We'll just put it back on your head.
Meet in the hallway.
8 of
Meet in the
diamonds. Shop owners give you 20% off for 1 month. Queen of diamonds. You are granted 1 limited wish.
Which is still pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
2 of hearts. Gain your choice of 5 pieces of jewelry or 10 gems.
Gems.
Jack of hearts. Gain the service of a cohort at 1/2 level leadership penalty.
Wait, what?
So you get a, you know, like Otis is Uhtred's cohort. You basically get the leadership feat and get a cohort, but they are significantly lower level.
Okay. So I could get like a pet bird.
Well, I mean, for you, I mean, you'll get like somebody who's like level 7 or 8, probably.
Okay.
Not someone completely useless, but oh man, you guys fucked Bort.
Yeah, Bort's broken.
Dude, Dimitri's just gonna die. I'm gonna get the wish.
I think that's what I think we just hold that leverage over. We're like, we'll fix it if you just give us that wish, Dimitri.
So I got a limited wish. I need to figure out what the hell that is.
I wish for Dimitri's wish.
Limited wish is not as good as I was thinking.
Okay, for Bort. 4 of clubs. Roll twice for the next knowledge skill check and take the lower score.
That's fine.
5 of clubs. Receive a -1 penalty to AC for 1 month. 5. 6 of clubs.
He's pretty hard to hit though.
Yeah. That's true.
Oh, 6 of clubs. Okay, you guys can't metagame this.
Okay.
Next beast you fight raises an undead after it is slain.
The next. Oh, fuck.
Hopefully it's not the Trask.
Ooh, Jack of clubs. CR appropriate undead hunts you down.
Okay.
That sounds terrifying.
So Bort's being hunted by an undead monster on top of the next monster.
Do you have any letters now? Because you said them quite quickly.
I'm keeping the
Okay,
files.
okay.
King of clubs. Temporary charisma damage reduces your score to 1.
Oh, damn.
That's all right. Heal fixes it.
Okay.
Yeah, those aren't too bad.
That's not a big one.
The
I mean,
other
it's like all of a sudden he's a total plank of wood.
Yeah.
As far as his personality is concerned. But all right. Largo. Ooh, ace of clubs. That's gonna suck.
Yep.
You want good news or the bad news first?
Bad news.
Bad news. 4 of spades. Roll twice for the next non-knowledge skill check and take the lower score.
Okay.
Queen of clubs. Ooh. That one's gonna be rough.
Okay.
Contextually.
Okay.
Next outsider you meet rages and attacks you with abandon.
Next outsider.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of elementals in this place.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Well, they're just medium-sized elementals though, right?
You don't know. You don't know what they.
Hopefully we encounter one of the thespians.
You think they're gonna be easier?
Maybe?
Ace of clubs. Oh fuck. This is one of the worst ones.
Alright.
All magic items you possess are suppressed for 1 week.
Oh. Okay.
You didn't have to play with the deck. You could have played with normal cards.
I know it was my idea and then I fucked it up.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Here's the question though. Are we gonna say double or nothing?
Yes. And then Yanni, I am going to remain silent and you are going to tell me exactly what to do, but not tonight.
No.
Well, no fucking pressure on my end. So
See, that's what I'm, dude. I cracked under pressure. With Bort, I totally fucked him because I was like, well, the only thing we can possibly do is 2 flushes. So I was like, well, Bort's getting a flush because he had every single card he had was a club.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's an all or nothing situation, and Uch had already had a flush king or flush ace high. So
Yeah.
Bort having a flush was absolutely
Didn't do anything. Yep.
Yeah,
See, this is why I shouldn't have been doing it.
4 of hearts, 9 of hearts. So you got 4 of hearts, right? Roll twice for non-knowledge skill check and take the higher score.
Yeah.
9 of hearts.
I got a good one.
The next time you split your loot, your share is inexplicably 300% larger.
Okay, next time split loot 300.
God, could you imagine last time?
well, let's just split up what's in the bag. Well, that just not just gonna make money, I guess.
Don't metagame.
Yeah, he would just get more.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
know, inexplicably.
Oh, so it does just grow by a factor of 3 from nowhere. Wow.
We should. Yeah, we can't manage that one.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, Dan gives us the loot anyways, so
Okay.
That's true.
8 of clubs. This is for Virok.
I think that's the only black card you got, buddy.
Yeah, that's the only one.
Shop owners double the price for you for 1 month.
It's gonna put a real dent in my municipal works projects.
4 of queens.
Yeah.
Roll twice for the next knowledge skill check and take a higher score.
nice.
5 of hearts. Receive a +1 luck bonus to all attacks for 1 month. 8 of hearts. You arrive at your next destination with your party instantly.
Well, like a teleport?
You arrive at the next destination with your party instantly.
So, dude, 1-2 punch. 1-2 punch. Uhtred, where are the resonant bands? And then
Away we go.
This is our destination.
Yeah. And then you never see an elemental because we're gone.
Okay, and this is Ace of Hearts is like something you kind of keep in your pocket. Self-only quicken teleport to declared location usable once.
Okay.
You can just get
So
the fuck
just
out of there.
one time you can as a swift action, teleport anywhere you want. One time.
It's a one-way trip.
Okay. So what's your double or nothing plan here?
Well, it would involve a slight bit of metagaming, but it's almost like Largo would look at Uhtred and go, "Gosh, Uhtred, I just really want you to tell me where those resonance bands are."
I thought you said I was talking about the double or nothing.
Oh, the double or nothing. Sorry, I'm losing my concentration. Double or nothing, right, Yanni? We were gonna say, hey, don't use your wish. We'll play or wish that this game never happened, and we'll give you the deck if you win next time.
Okay.
Do we want to do that?
I mean, we could think on it too.
I'm gonna say you gotta make that decision now because you don't have time to think when you're sitting at the table with the other dwarves.
I'm fine with it. I don't think they'll take that deal, but we can offer it.
What do you think, Yanni?
So our current situation is we lost and we're alive.
Yep.
Relatively unharmed.
Relatively unharmed.
We could offer this, again, and worst case, we could lose again and end up in, I guess, worse shape than we are now, but how much worse, right?
Well, I mean, so I think when you put it like that, I think we don't, because if we lose, they have 2 wishes and they have the deck and we have nothing. And we started this game to be able to get to the resonance bands, which we now can do with the results of the game.
Can we do that with the results of the game without metagaming, though? Because Dan told us what the cards do. What do our characters know about what those cards do? Because someone said,
I will say that you've messed with these cards before. Largo is picking up on stuff. You are, particularly with the 2 things that you can tell you can arrive instantly or your next destination. Like that's something that you can do, and it's I'll say that for the 2 things that knowing where being able to answer one question and being able to go exactly where you want instantly, I'll allow it for those 2 things that Now the thing is, if anyone asks Uhtred a question before you ask that question, he knows the answer to that question, not the one that you wanted. He knows the answer to the next question he's asked.
Then I will immediately ask in the telepathic bond, Uhtred, where are the resonance bands?
He responds, they are in.
Can I retro and say where exactly are the resonance bands? Or is it a non-starter?
They're in the vault in the retreat.
They're in the vault in the where?
In the retreat. So they're in a vault here in this plane.
Okay.
Can we fix
that as a destination?
Okay. So you're not going to try to do double or none?
No, I think we're literally just going to say,
Okay.
okay.
We're gone.
Okay. No, that's fine. How much did you guys spend on that? Did you blow all 10,000 gold pieces?
We did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So,
I thought I was doing something, I wasn't doing it. But that's okay.
Okay. So
I was juggling. I lost control of the ball.
I think it was Dimitri, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right before, as we're dematerializing, Largo goes, "Fuck you, Dimitri."
Don't. They're gonna just wish death upon you. Oh my
Yeah,
god. Largo, no.
And I was like that.
Yeah, well, Dimitri has a rough hand otherwise. He's only got one red card.
Yeah, as we're about to leave, I look at him like, it's a crazy game of poker. If you want to know more about it, come to Tarnholm, and then I teleport. Oh, fucking Tarnholm. I'm just gonna become a huckster.
Okay. Cool. So, yeah, you ask Uhtred, and he, he's smart. He's not as dumb as he seems. He answers in the telepathic link, like almost kind of robotically, as though someone else is speaking through him. They're in the vault within the retreat, and then Mirok is like, "That's our next destination," and you just out of existence in the brewery. You find yourselves in a room that is entirely forged out of adamantium. Directly behind you, there is a door.
Mm-hmm.
And directly in front of you, there is a podium, and there are 4 like combo lock, and then a lever arm.
Okay.
And in front of you, there is a receptacle space. And you immediately, with the engineering guys, you guys realize you have to enter the item number and pull the lever to get the thing that you want. You all, well, Largo, you felt weaker, confused,
Yep.
kind of wasted immediately after the poker game. The rest of you all feel that way upon entering this room. This is a dead magic space. No magic works in this room whatsoever.
I think it and then realize that's not going to work, and I turn to Uhtred and I say, Uhtred, what's the item number?
3.
Try 3.
Okay, well, that's where we'll pick up next.
Okay.
Kind of out of the frying pan into the fryer situation.
Well, at least we're in there, and I didn't totally bone it for everybody.
Yeah, the cards manifested exactly what you needed.
Yeah.
To like skip the entire dungeon.
They
Well,
didn't-
you'd still have to leave.
Yeah.
So that's a problem. Yeah, and you don't have the item number.
Well, you said there's 3 tumblers?
4. Only
That's-
10,000 possible
That's-
options.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Is there a dial? Is there a dial on the wall that we can like flip down to like 100/1 and only spend a little bit of time guessing all 10,000?
This is a dead magic space.
Yeah. Yeah. So am I.
Well, the thing is, it lasts a week. If you can spend 1/8 of a week in one of these ×8 speed spaces, then you're spending like what, 20 hours?
Yeah.
You're out for a week, but you're blowing a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, some of these other ones are going to be interesting. Now, I specifically designed the venture poker game to be beneficial to using the deck of many things or deck of myriad trinkets, because you could just pick red cards and avoid black cards,
And then just get so many fucking benefits.
and well, at least just kind of avoid the negatives, and it would. Poor board.
Yeah, my bad, board.
Dan, what can I do with that limited wish? There.
Man, look at the limited wish spell.
I think it's any sorcerer or wizard spell level 6 or lower. You can cast any one of those spells. But this is a no magic zone. Well, the effect of any of those spells. How does wish work in a no magic zone?
I mean, he can't do anything with it right now.
We talked about I think it was like impact spell at one point. Is that something that could be?
I mean, you could cast it once, but you can't.
So this isn't like a permanent thing.
No. It's a limited wish is just like, I don't know what I'm gonna need, so I prepare a limited wish, and then I have half of the spell options in the game.
Oh, nice.
Perfect for wizards.
I mean, it's a great spell. It's just not great for what you want it for right now.
So I can hold it.
You can you keep it in your pocket. You don't have to use it immediately.
I see that anti-magic field is a 6th level sorcerer wizard spell.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the next time a sorcerer or wizard or magic boy is giving me a hard time, I just pop that bad boy.
Yeah. Well, it's also going to shut off all your magic items.
And then I'm going to punch them to death.
You can still punch.
Oh man, this could have gone so much better.
It could have gone so much worse.
It could have gone
Yeah.
so much worse.
You got to look at it that way.
Could
We
have
ended up
lost
exactly
and
where we
not
needed to
gotten
be.
those 2 cards that
Yeah.
got you where you needed to be.
Yeah.
Now you still got a hurdle, but
And that hurdle could be so it all depends on a couple of things, right? If this is an anti-magic zone, then that means there's probably not an alarm spell on it. And if we've been to this place before, we can teleport back to it with greater teleport, right? No, so we're in here.
You got in here because an artifact got you in here.
Yeah.
You cannot teleport in here.
Okay.
The only way to get in here is the door behind you.
Is the only way to get out is the
The
only
door behind you.
Okay. We can't. Okay, so no in, no out.
In a dead magic demiplane, the only way in or out is the gate that you create when you create that demiplane.
And
That's
then
the prison you're talking about.
say you stole from us, you can't leave, and then we're gonna be fucked.
I mean, I created this space because I was like, this is what, like an archmage would do. This is how he would create it. You guys are level 17.
Yeah.
You are incredibly powerful, incredibly capable. I did not figure out a way for you to win.
Yeah.
I just expect that somehow you guys will do something.
Okay, well that's kind of cool to
I
think
mean,
about.
it's not. I mean, it's not insurmountable. I didn't make it so that it's like there's no possible ways around. But yeah, this is. I mean, you have a wealth of skills and abilities at your disposal. You might have skipped some important stuff, like finding out what the item number was before you got into this room.
Yeah.
But working backwards isn't an awful option.
Is there a way that we can exit this room sneakily and have no one ever know that we were in here? Okay, we're just gonna hope on
I
that.
think we just fight our way out, and then when we get back to the lobby covered in blood and gristle, we're like, "What is the number?"
Oh man.
I mean, something that probably I would say between Yanni's sense magic and just the rest of you kind of putting stuff together. This Delanod's retreat has existed for tens of thousands of years.
Yeah.
And yes, it is basically run by simulacra of Delanod, but they have had millennia to develop their own identities.
Yeah.
The concierge was not amicable. That doesn't mean all of them are not amicable.
Yeah.
Now, the concierge was still like, yeah, don't do it. That doesn't mean that the rest of them ones who are not amicable won't be like, oh, you motherfuckers.
Yeah.
So it's very open ended. It depends. There's all the fucking ways you can approach this. The guests are also resources. Some of them have been here many times. Some of them have experienced this for quite a while. Some of them, this is their first time. So there's all kinds of information and ways to approach the problem. And I wish you the best of luck.
You want to know something fun about Largo, guys? My shadow spells are no longer any percentage more real than they would be just based on the spell description. I only have a +7 charisma bonus. I'm boned. I'm boned for the next week.
Yeah, you're a broken little boy.
I'm a broken little boy.
You can make yourself little.
I can make myself little.
No, you can't. That's a magic item.
Oh yeah, that is a magic item. Yeah, I can't make myself little. I can make myself greater and visible.
But Trevor, with Largo, with everything he's been through and the heights of power he's come to and the personal growth he's developed, isn't this a wonderful test for him to be powerless again, like he was on that day?
That's a good point. He's gonna ponder on that as he's trying to, go through the next set of challenges without any of his special things. But no, that's a good way to. What a positive spin. We'll see if Largo can maintain that sort of positivity over the course of the next 7 days.
We'll see. Yeah.
It'll be a test for Largo.
Yeah, no, that was an interesting. I mean, yeah, I'd set it up that the dwarves were there, and if you wanted to gamble with them, they would gamble with you. And I knew that the deck was in the. I'll also tell you that now that you used it, it won't work again for a long time.
Oh, okay. The deck won't work again for a while, unless they used that wish to say, "I wish this game never happened."
Which they won't.
Yeah.
Tatiana will use it to wish for twice as much money.
Yeah.
That was Dysentery one.
Whatever. Same thing. They're
Well,
they're actually the most evil people in the retreat.
Lawful.
Just because they're greedy and selfish and they want as much for themselves as possible.
Well, leave it to the guy who's never sat down for a game of poker in his life since he was about 10 years old to win that poker
You just gave
game.
him 20K. What's up?
okay, yeah, and unlimited.
Odds.